Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth for week 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. A week full of debutants and a week full of top players who've just dropped off the PDC Pro Tour and are looking to acquaint themselves here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. And I'm happy to say we're going to be watching all of the action over the next few days in the company of the 2015 World Champion, Scotty Dog Mitchell. Scott, just quickly going on to this week. What an intriguing few days we've got ahead of us.
We've got a few debutants. We never really know how they're going to go. We know they've got pedigree. We've seen it. We've watched it. Can they do it here on the Super Series in the Super Series Lounge? It's just a place where they all want to come and play. They're going to experience it for the first time, and we're going to be here and catch all the action.
Yeah, we'll be previewing that in a little bit more detail in just a second. But first of all, let's have a look back at Saturday night. An intriguing evening for sure as Reece Robinson booked the first spot through to Champions Week at the end of May. And Reece is one of those players, isn't he, that we've seen so many times here. He's maverick in the way that he goes with things. He's maverick in his approach to the game. But one thing that you can never deny with Reece is his outstanding talent and ability.
Absolutely, it just absolutely shines through. He is one of those that does special things in special moments in a game, and those are what make big players. And some will say Reece has been around an awful long time, but I still think he's developing, and I still think there's more to come from him. And we saw that on Saturday night and how brilliantly he finished the game.
He most certainly did, and it was a real good finals night. Every player had a ton plus checkout in amongst the mix. And sometimes we get to a Saturday here at the Super Series, and sometimes the stage could be all-encompassing, all-consuming, but Saturday everybody brought their A game to play, didn't they?
You know, sometimes you can get groups of players and they're in that back room and they're all getting on and they enjoy each other's company, and that tends to bring the best out in them. And that particular bunch of players with all these ton-plus shot-outs that were coming through, it was fabulous to watch, and it's nice to see them all getting those A games out.
And it was the timing of them, particularly the 130, particularly the 158, to win matches, particularly both of those players were down in the doldrums at that point.
Yeah, and sometimes those moments just give you an absolute lift during the game. And you're trying to tell yourself as a player, yes, I can do this, I can do this. Your opponent's getting in your face and getting in your face, but you pop up with something like that, all of a sudden your confidence comes flying back.
Well, let's have a look at the stats from Saturday. And I want to talk about the trickle-down effect here at the Super Series, because these are 6 players that all would have fancied their chances, would have fancied their opportunity of progressing their way through to a Champions Week. And I don't mean this as a disrespect to anybody in that field. They're not names that will scream out. They're not the massive names, but what we're seeing is players like Reece Robinson, like Shane McGurk, using the Super Series as a vehicle to progress their games forward.
Absolutely, it was a group of guys who really did all fancy winning it on Saturday night. You know, they all felt that they'd done enough. You know, Jamie Kellen did a late run at the end of the week and had that brilliant Friday and went in with all the momentum. So it was one of those groups that everybody had a chance, and I think that's why we saw those 100+ finishes, and because everybody felt they had a chance.
Well, that was week 1. Week 2 gets underway today. It's a really intriguing week. These are the players we're going to be watching over the next 6 days. Group A is what we're going to watch today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. It's going to be headlined by a man who's made a couple of Champions Weeks before in Andy Bolton. Henahan's hit a couple of 9 darters on this stage. And we have debuts for Louis Williams, Carlo Vampire, Darren Armstrong and Danny Jansen, the Mullet, top of the Challenge Tour order of merit. We'll come back to Groups B and C in just a second, but let's talk about that Group A. And look, the name that's going to stand out amongst everybody else is going to be Danny Jansen. Just dropped off the PDC Pro Tour, top of the Challenge Tour order of merit. And it is so difficult, isn't it, Scott, when you drop off that Pro Tour, things can easily become all-encompassing, but it looks like he's bounced back very, very well.
You've got the right person in the studio to talk about that, definitely. It's hard when you drop off. You feel that you've taken a step backwards when you lose your card. It's very difficult to then try and motivate yourself to get yourself practicing again, because you're thinking, what for? But sometimes something like this will come along for Danny, and he will jump at the chance. He'd have seen a lot of his mates come here. He's the real deal. He's been around a long time. I've watched him during Dutch events and youth events, and so he's not, you know, although he's still a young man, he still has quite a few years of experience, and to come here off the back of what he did, he will fancy his chances this week. He really will.
Well, let's have a look at Groups B and C then for later on in the week, because we're going to be watching Jack Mel have a debut here. He's qualified for the ADC And then we've also got players like Justin Smith and Lee Cox, players who've been regulars here at the Super Series. Justin's won a week before, but as far as Lee's concerned, he's been here so many times, he's knocked on the door so many times. Is now the time for him to take that next step forward?
I think it is, but we know when you're a player and you know that you're playing well, sometimes you over-egg it and over-want it. And I think Lee's been a little bit guilty of that here a couple of times where he's been doing the business and playing well and just not getting over those last couple of games. I think the more you put yourself in that situation, the more you learn how to deal with it. And like you say, he's been here a few times now. He's got to throw caution to the wind a little bit and pretend it's his first time and be a bit raw and go on and just be more, not hungry, but just be more greedy for wanting what he needs to get.
Well, let's have a look at the outright bet, and this is for the week as a whole. So this is who you think is going to be the victor on Saturday night. Now, they have Andy Bolton out as the bookies' favourite, 7-2 to win the week. That's largely down to his experience of winning weeks here. Danny Jansen, though, at 13-2, that just feels too big, doesn't it?
It is an absolute steal, I would say, as a betting man, because you know, Danny has the pedigree. We know he's got the pedigree. We saw him have such a superb year. That first year on the PDC circuit, we saw him win an event. Look, that is 13-2 is good for anything, and I'm sure that people will see that and jump on that quite quickly.
And it's 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game sees Andy Bolton in action up against Lewis. I want to have a little chat with you about Lewis and where he's at in terms of the sport. We saw him really burst onto the scene. He came close to hitting a 9 darter at the World Championships a few years ago. Things didn't quite go to plan in 2023 for him. Where would you say he's at this present moment in time?
I've watched Louis closely over the last few years, and like I say, he burst onto the scene and had a fantastic first year on the Pro Tours. And then sort of like, sometimes life gets in the way for some people, things change in your life, and I think he's had a bit of that going on. Again, lost his card, he's got to rebuild himself now. And there's no better place to start than here at the Super Series. You have a good week here and it sends you home, because people are watching it, people do enjoy to watch it. So if you can do it here, then that will send him home pretty confident.
Well, we're looking forward to watching Louis Williams as well as all the other 11 players in action this week. But right now, the lines have closed, the votes have been verified, and it is time for the X Factor.
The X Factor, Andy Bolton.
Indeed, the X Factor in action in our first game of the week. Andy Bolton looking to make it a hat-trick of appearances through to Champions Week here in Series 7. And he takes on the Prince of Wales, Louis Williams, in his first match. And Andy there trying to familiarise his opponent of what is happening in and around the live lounge. It's myself and Scott Mitchell in commentary. We have hot-footed our way, skipping over from the studio to the commentary box, and this is an intriguing week. I think there's a lot of players that will fancy their chances of going on a bit of a deep run.
Yes, it is one of those groups, Henry, that all the players will fancy it. Obviously, we're all not really knowing how they're going to perform with 4 debutants coming in, and we know what you get from Conor Henahan and Andy Bolton here, but the 4 others are fresh faces to our viewers, and this is exactly what the Super Series is aiming to do, and get those faces from varying tours and get them on here. And we look forward to having them.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Fresh up mine heads, Owen Binks will officiate every single dart that goes in over the course of the next 6 days. So Andy Bolton throws the first dart of the week. He'll be hoping to throw the last of the week come Saturday evening.
137.
And he's the type of player of whom his consistency just screams, doesn't it, when you play such a long format like this?
40.
Yeah, this really is a marathon. You know, the way that this first Group A runs, it's a lot of games. And you have to remember mentally that, yeah, if you
60.
drop one and somebody plays well to beat you, then you know, you're not out of anything just yet. You don't have to start panicking till Wednesday. The group starts to settle down on a Tuesday, moving Tuesday as it's known here at the Super
100.
Series. And Williams now just finding a nice treble 20 there just to settle him down. You just want to get on with it, but Andy Bolton's not going to give you any respite at all up there on that
100.
stage. He's been here, done it, got a couple of T-shirts, a couple of Saturday night wins, and he looks forward to every time he walks into the room.
He's one of those players that you kind of
100.
know what to expect of him. You kind of expect him to average in and around that 90 mark. So you know that if you're not at the top of your game, you're going to find yourself punished amidst the consistency of which he
100.
provides.
Yeah, you can bank on that 90 average with Andy. It's not often he goes too far under, and he's more than capable of going way over. But if you can average that 90 through the week, then you're not going to be far away from the top of the group unless somebody's doing something very,
57.
very special
And he require 104.
within the group. And they'd have to do a lot of it as well.
Well, Bolton first to finish. He's got 6 on 104, but he can wrap it up here if he could pin the
Game's
double
on the
16.
Thursday.
And the week
Andy
kickstarts of a
Bolton.
ton-topping checkout. We're kind of carrying on in the vein that we left off last week.
Indeed it does.
So it's Louis to throw first.
That
Game
sort
on.
of says two things to me. Louis knows he's here now, you know, and when you're a player and you do that and you start shooting 100 averages, ton plus
60.
averages, but at the start of the day, your opponent either decides he's going to wake up and come with you, or you continue and get on top of him and get your foot on his throat and
140.
stop him moving. And that is exactly what Andy Bolton is doing masterfully here, early doors, in game 1 of week 2 of Series 7.
58.
Well, we talk about consistency, don't we, when it comes to Andy Bolton. His scoring visit so far in this match, 137.60, ton, 104 out, 140.
47.
The words not too shabby spring to mind.
$125.
Sign that Louis is starting to settle. Couple of treble 20s on the last visit.
100.
He's going to need another couple this visit as well, I should think. Get him away.
He's kind of got this unique luxury as well when it comes to a competition like this, where today can just be a settler of a day. Of course he wants to win.
100.
And of course he wants to do well. But if it doesn't quite go to plan straight away, he has got time to at least try and arrest the situation.
Yeah, he has. Just there where he thinks he's got away
140.
from Bolton. Bolton then comes
158.
back with a double treble visit again to put this 158 under all sorts of pressure. The game's all about trying to keep your opponent under pressure. And that is exactly what Andy Bolton has done here on this 158.
29.
And
Andy
honestly
requires
say, Louis made a
74.
little mess of that.
We were saying on Saturday night, Matthew Baker, how checkouts like these can change the tide of a match. He's going to have a dart at tops for the breaker throw. Dips
54.
below. And Williams
They
knows that he
require
should be on
129.
far less than 129.
And the grimace from Andy Bolton knows that he feels the leg should be over the way he'd been playing. He's offered opportunity.
89. And he required 20.
Left himself on tops in case there's a miss from Bolton. A
Game
miss
shot
which
in the
doesn't
second
come.
leg.
Bolton breaks
Andy Bolton.
and leads 2-0. 15 dart leg followed by 16 dart leg. 31
Well, it's
darts
Andy
to
to throw
take us to what
first.
could be the halfway
Game on.
point.
Yeah. And he's on 2 from 3 with the checkouts is the impressive stat.
44. 64. 58.
Unlucky to drift into the trebles on the opposite side there, and he didn't really take advantage of that.
46.
Well, we're talking about how good Andy Bolton is in terms of the finishing department. Over the course of the last 12 months, his checkout percentage is 38.58%. That is up
137.
there with some of the best in the game.
Yeah, very much so. Anything above 33% as a player, you're happy to hit 1 in 3 because the amount of times you have 3 darts in your
42.
hand to go at the double, every time you approached it, you'd be happy to hit with 1 with 3. So 38% is a good. It doesn't sound a big distance above 1 in 3, but it is in fact.
82.
So yeah, he'll be pleased with that.
He's one of those players that just pops off combinations as well. You could be sat on tops, but you see Bolton back on a 76 save,
45.
for example, and you feel like you're not going to come back.
No, absolutely not. And
95.
tells me it's going to be a long way back for Louis Williams in this one. But as we said, you're not out of it if you lose one game here.
82. And he requires 85.
To move himself into a 3-0 lead. 2-14s for
Game's on
3-0.
the third leg.
Bolton
Andy
is
Bolton.
in cruise control of this opening game of the week. Averaging 93, 94.
Fourth leg is Louis to throw
Although
first.
we are
Game on.
leg by leg, getting a dart and dart further out. 15 in the first, 16 in the second, 17 in the third. And so if Bolton's going to win 4-0, he's going to hit it with his
83.
18th dart of the leg.
At this point, Louis not thinking about winning any games here. He's thinking about trying to get a leg on the
60.
board, trying to settle down. You don't want to go back in on debut and not having won a leg out there. So you'll be just trying to concentrate on
81.
getting over the line. And we all know how many times we've seen 3-0s turned round here, but this one doesn't look likely.
It's the biggest fear as well with Louis, a case of here we go
100.
again. Lost his tour cards, looking to regroup. Then he comes here, big opportunity, and then he's finding himself back in the holes that he's found himself in over the last 12 months.
45.
That can happen, but I don't think Louis that sort. But his demeanour at the moment is telling me that, you know, he was hoping for this first one to go better. It's your friends and your family at home. They all know that you're here.
100.
You're back on the big stage, and you've been sort of dying to do that again, and trying to find what you've had to get you that tour card, and
60.
just at this particular moment it's not happening for him. But he's a young man, he's 22 years old. There are many pitfalls in this game, you know. The
100.
form is up and down, but the class is permanent, and that's exactly what Louis Williams has.
Well,
44.
Bolton 101
And
to
he
put this
requires
opening game in the
101.
can. It'd be his second ton plus out. He'd bookend the game with ton plus outs as he
Game
finds
shot
double
and the
16,
match.
and Andy
Andy
Bolton gets
Bolton.
his campaign underway with a 4-0 victory. The X Factor looking to book a hat-trick of appearances in Champions Week. Has got his campaign off to perfect aplomb. For Louis Williams, I'm sure we are going to see the Prince of Wales in full fettle as the week goes along, but it was a tough opener for him. Coming up after the break, the man who has hit 2 9-darters on this stage, Connor Henahan, is in action against Darren Armstrong, the debutant. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andy Bolton got his weekly campaign off to a perfect start, getting the better of Louis Williams by 4-0, averaging 95.5. 2 ton plus checkouts en route to that victory, bookending the match with ton plus checkouts. Next up for us, a man who knows what it's like to be perfect on this stage. The first time was so nice. Conor Henahan has done it twice. He has hit 2 9-darters here at the MODUS Super Series, but the one thing that he is lacking is a weekly win. He has lost a final here in the past, but he is hoping to finally cross the finishing line this time out. He takes on Darren Armstrong on debut, a Scottish player who qualified through the ADC's Northwestern qualifier. But for Henahan, the 25-year-old from Ireland, the boys champion in the Europe Cup, but he is hoping to pick up more titles in the senior side of the game. So Darren Armstrong, 48 years old, from Newcastleton. His debut here is nicknamed the 9-dart Dazzler. Mind you, Darren Anderton was dazzling as well.
Yes, he was indeed, Charlie. Back to your footballing commentary days there. That was, and yeah, great memories of Darren Anderson playing for
First
Pompey,
leg,
I'm
it's
sure.
Connor
But
to throw first.
no, it's definitely Darren
Game on.
Armstrong on the stage, although we'd all like Darren Anderson's bank account.
$100.
Well, the bookies have Henahan 8-15 on, Armstrong 11-8 outsider.
44.
I suppose with Darren again, a bit like what we were talking about with Louis, just using today as a vehicle to grow in the week, as Henahan hits the first maximum of week 2.
85.
Quite a rhythmic thrower, Darren Armstrong. But not with force and pace. It's quite a floaty sort of rhythmic throw. That's what I love about this game. There's how many dart players do we know that throw, and everybody holds the dart different. They throw it with a different trajectory.
167.
As we've had our coaches and fellow commentators in here over
85.
the past year or so, and those guys comment on the throws, and there's no throw that's right or wrong. The right throw is getting it into the trebles and into the doubles where you need it.
96. Connie require 82.
Because Henahan himself has a fairly unconventional throw, but he's working to some success, and he's looking for top to take out the opening leg.
62.
It's below, but he has got time.
Yeah, good opening leg for him. You know, obviously, the 180 helps you get 100 points in front 9 times out of 10.
20.
It's double 10 here, and it's
taken
nicely from Henahan.
Legs today have all been
first.
won in 15, 16, 17, 15, 15. Kind of know what we're going to get. 5 visit range is going to be around where you're going to have to be today.
Yeah, particularly early doors, and until the group starts to shape and the guys get in that back room and having a look at the group stages and saying, oh, look, I'm 5th, I'm playing 3rd, and then that kind of thing can get in your mind a little bit, and that can affect
46.
your game. I'm one of those that tries to ignore what's going on the scoreboard table. I try to get in that room and
47.
put me back to the screen and just get on with it and play them with whatever they're playing with at the time. And I think that's the only way to handle this when you've got 15 games to play in this Group A over 3 days. It really is a marathon and not a sprint. And so you try to settle in and do your own thing. And one man that's definitely settling in here in this match is Connor.
Feels at home on the stage. And sometimes that's half the battle.
125.
Armstrong beginning to settle down in amongst proceedings, has kept close order of Henahan in this leg. And here's Armstrong with the darts in leg 2. If you are new to us, the player on the left-hand side of the draw bracket will have the throw first in all of the games. No bullets, because that would take a while with 15 games.
Yeah, it can
30.
do. Can
Only
do.
require
And
92.
Obviously, this way, with the way that the group stages work, you more or less get 50-50 on the start, so that's the best way to do it. Whereas if you do bull-ups,
Game
you
shot in
can
the
have
second
people
leg.
dominating
Connor
bull-ups and
Henahan.
finding themselves to run first every game, which would be
Against
unfair
Connor
and
to
not
throw
right.
first. Game
Well,
on.
Henahan is throwing well. 92 to take in a 2-0 lead. 15 darts to that one. And what we are seeing already is we've been talking about the
96.
influx of debutants this week, but the two players that have been there, done it, and in Andy's case worn the t-shirt, in Connor's case almost worn the t-shirt, they've settled
95.
straight into proceedings and they're laying down statements. They were the two favourites with the bookies, Andy and Connor, before dart was thrown. As things stand, I know it's very early stages, but they are proving why they are white.
180.
Yeah, as Henahan hits his second 180.
60.
His average now ticks above 103.5.
46.
Well, it did.
$140.
Darren Armstrong not going away here.
$99.
Both players look like they're in a nice flow and they're enjoying each other's pace.
85.
Nobody's
Twenty
walking
required,
morbidly
80.
back from the board.
Well, Henahan's going at a quick pace. Double 10 to
Game
race
shot
into a
in the
3-0
third
lead.
leg.
14
Connor
darter,
Henahan.
and it has taken him 45 darts to get to the brink of winning the match.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
Once again, another one of those bread and butter finishes. We saw a 92 for him the leg before, and that was an 80, but what it seems to have done is spurred on
140.
Darren Armstrong. He's not really done a lot wrong himself here.
But he would like to gain to settled, but you're not going to do that when this man's running around town. And
180.
his average now moves above 105. That's his third max of the match.
140.
Boo. Why is it when he hits a first 180 on the start of a leg, we all think it's 9 automatically?
60.
What was that game yesterday between Hector and Little? As he would time someone start with an 80. You thought it was actually less likely that a 9
26.
darter wouldn't happen as opposed it was going to happen.
Yeah, fabulous match, that one. All the big numbers flying in.
140.
Exactly what we're seeing here this morning. From Henahan.
90. Can he require 121?
To wrap it up with a ton plus out. Not going to do it this time, but Armstrong has kept close order in this leg, leaving 105 after
53.
12.
Can he require
And
105?
you sense the way Henahan has finished in this game, he's going to have to take this out.
It looks like he knows he's going to have to take it out.
Game shot
And he
in the
does take
fourth
it out.
leg. Darren Armstrong.
Ton plus shot out for Darren Armstrong. What a way to open your account with the first
There
leg
gets Connor to
at
throw first.
the Super Series. And you can see what he thought of that there. He knew he had to go. And it's funny, special players can do that.
100.
And he's one of those.
We've played 8 legs so far today, and we have seen 3 ton plus checkouts to complete them.
129. 100.
Armstrong's been really competitive on throw, but it's been against the darts where
125.
Connor Henahan has perhaps throughout the course of the match just had a little bit too much time.
Yeah, maybe, but
140.
Darren Armstrong's one of those that I've seen play in the past, and this is what he does. He just gets on with his own thing, doesn't really let anything around him too much affect him, and we're seeing that in the way that he's playing here.
61. Darren require 147.
He's himself on a square ton. Armstrong looking to take out the 147. He isn't going to pop that. And Henahan
60.
can put a full stop on this
require
match.
100.
Yeah, he can. Could we see another ton plus finish? He's done it right there. One just under there, and it's game over.
60.
Not to be this
Darren
time.
require 87.
And so Armstrong has kept himself in the equation, and he is going to get a couple of opportunities
Game
at double
shot,
18.
fifth leg.
He only needs
Darren
one. He's had
Armstrong.
2 shots at a double in this game. He has taken the pair of them. He has broken Conor Henahan, brought it back to 3-2.
Throw first. Game on.
And if he holds here, we will go all the way to a decider. And this is kind of a game where, I know we talk about averages being a guide, but this is a true case of it, because Henahan raced
60.
off into the sunset at the beginning of the game. He was averaging a ton pretty much on the nose after 3 legs, 45 darts to complete the first 3 legs. There's a 12 points difference in the average in Henahan's favour,
140.
but Armstrong has worked his way back into the contest.
It's not that he's been out of the game. That's the thing. He's not been out of the game as Armstrong, but
60.
what Armstrong now has to be careful of is now he probably at 3-0 down was thrown with a bit of freedom and a bit of, you know, lack of care. It was just more or less going through the motions but
140.
concentrating. Now he at 3-2, all of a sudden he's got himself back into the game, and you don't want to go tight now. You've got to start hitting those
58.
trebles that you were hitting to get you back in, because the freedom goes away with the throw, and I think we're seeing that.
And Henahan now against the darts has 6 darts to seal the job.
140.
After 3 legs, he may have thought he was feeling a bit routine, but he has had to work towards the line. He's left 81 after 9. This has been a superb leg to round
87.
things off. The
Oliver
average
Quine,
now back
81.
above the ton. 104.33. Triple 10 would have given him a dart at double
38.
16 to complete the job, but he's missed the big number with the last.
All about the big numbers, but he'll get away with it, you would think, because Armstrong is way back, having a
29.
bit of a mare of a leg here on this occasion.
To round it off, for the man from round 4, Tots of Conor
Game
Henahan
shot
gets
of
his
the
campaign
match,
underway
Conor
with an average in
Henahan.
excess of a ton. A 14 darter to complete the job. A 4-2 victory against Darren Armstrong, who showed glimpses of his quality over the course of that game. 2 out of 2 on the doubles, including a 105 checkout to get his first leg on the board. For Henahan, a 4-2 victory against Armstrong. Our third game sees the man that we all think is going to have great success here this week at the Super Series, Danny Jansen, top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He takes on Carlo Vampire. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Connor Henahan, the 9 dart man here at the live lounge, got the better of Darren Armstrong by 4 legs to 2, average of 101.09. 4 out of 7 when it came to the finish. Actually, the finishing today has been really good from everybody. Well, the last 2 players are yet to see on the stage are about to go toe-to-toe. Carlo Van Peer and Danny Jansen, the 2 ADC European qualifiers this week, squaring off in our final match of the first round of fixtures. And look, first things first, we've got to mention it. The sheer beauty that is the Danny Jansen mullet. Take me back to Neighbours.
Indeed, it's very Scott Robinson, isn't it? From back in the 80s when Neighbours was first in its pomp. But yes, he sported that since a youth player. I think it's one of those that he's always had. And Carlo Van Peer here, at the age of 31, has always looked about 17 all the time that I've ever known him. And yeah, 10 years older than Danny Jansen. Who'd have thought it?
First. Game on.
Bit of a size difference as well between the 2 in this one.
46.
I think they've been around the darting scene for a while, so we'll know each other fairly well from
57.
the Dutch scene. And the Dutch darting scene is a big scene indeed. It's a small country, but with many
58.
players, so they will be crossing each other's paths quite often, particularly at national rankings and things like that.
Well, these 2 doing what we
60.
kind of see now a lot from the ADC European players. The fact that they tend to do a lot of stuff together. They both came in this morning together. Spent a bit of time together. I don't know whether they travelled over
42.
together. I haven't quite got to the crux of those details yet, but we see it now a lot, especially from players that come over from the Nordic regions, like of Denmark, your Swedens, your Norways.
100.
Players that, if they know there's a couple in the week, they tend to go by all their travel arrangements and they do everything together, which I think helps, does it? Particularly in both players' scenarios where they're debutants.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the travelling can be a lonely place to do it on your own. It's you can end up travelling and being sat in airports on your own and thinking negatively or positively, but it can be a lonely life on the road on your own. So yeah, it's great to see the players, particularly when they come here, sort of linking up and staying in the same places and coming in and out together when they can. It's just the tail end of the week that sometimes they may get split into different groups, and one might be in B, or one might have even qualified through A and doesn't have to come in. So
100.
what a nice setup there from Carlo Van Peer.
103.
For Jansen to take out the opening. They've already seen 3-ton topping finishes so far today, and if Danny Jansen can pin this double 16, we'll add a 4th to the list. Danny Jansen kicks off his Super Series campaign with perfect aplomb.
Second against Danny.
Yeah, sweet as a nut, that from Danny Jansen. Your first leg in the Super Series, you check it out with a 103, and then you start your second leg with a 180.
Well, this is what the hype was all about. It was a bit of a slow start, but now he really has got going.
$96.
And since dropping off the tour, has been prolific in terms of tournament wins. Winner on the Dev Tour, winner on the Challenge Tour already this year. He leads the Challenge Tour order of merit by an 1,100-point margin from Stefan Belmont in second place. And in terms of the Dev Tour order of merit, he is third in that table, and the 2 players that are above him are both tour card holders in Keen Barry and Jan van Veen.
Yeah, he has started the year well.
100. And
There's no 2 ways about that, has Jansen. It's going to see him. Oh, I thought he was going to start very well here. Yeah, no, it's seen him. He'll get places in the Pro Tours now from where he is in the Challenge Tour, as long as he doesn't make too many problems for himself.
And he required 25.
In the upcoming Challenge Tour in Germany.
Well, somehow we're down to double two.
21.
And Van Peer's got an opportunity to
Require
break here.
40.
He's been hanging on the coattails of Jansen, but now gets his chance. Double 10. Doesn't
20.
go, but it grazes the wire, that last
4.
dart.
Yeah, unlucky there for Carlo Van Peer. Now it's Danny Jansen in on double 4. Looks to be a touch of a blocker. Though now he's got 2 blockers. He's got to go for one of those corners.
2.
He actually went to go straight between
Carlo
the two.
require 20.
It hasn't happened, and an opportunity for Carlo Van Peer here that he was not expecting.
But no opportunities he's going to have to take. Can he find a way? Can he find a way? He's had to shuffle all the way
10.
across, had to throw across the
required
odd key,
2.
but couldn't find the target.
No score.
Yeah, caught in 2 minds there, wasn't he, Carlo Van Peer,
10.
whether to go to the left or the right, and he decided to go to the right and go top corner. He now won't have a problem there. He's changed doubles, double 2,
Game shot on the
and he
second
finally
leg.
finishes it off, and I
Carlo Van
think his
Peer.
little expression there shows you that he was happy with that and relieved more than anything to get away with it.
Game on.
Carlo following in his brother Berry's footsteps. A weekly winner here.
137.
One of the big characters last year was Berry Van Peer.
80.
I actually met Carlo as a 17-year-old, maybe 16-year-old back in 2009 at my
59.
first Dutch Open. He had a prelim to get to play me. It was my first Dutch Open. I wasn't seeded. Nobody knew who I was. And this
60.
little Dutch fella came up with all the bounce and belief in the world. He said, "So you're Mitchell?" I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "I'm going to let the dogs out today." Lucky enough, I did beat him 3-0. But that was when I met him. That was when Berry was a couple of years younger than him then. So Berry would have been 14 or 15. And
93.
they're just a great darting family, the Van Peers. They're just a great darting family. Hi to Mum and Dad, who I'm sure are watching Carlo today.
60.
Great darting family, great people. And yeah, who'd have thought back in 2009 I'd be sat here in a commentary box talking about my very opponent at the first Dutch Open I ever went to.
120.
And Peer, 120 for 2-1 lead. Looking to climb the ladder. Had to move across and overcompensated
78.
as a result. Recovers well with the last dart. Going to have a couple of opportunities here to open up a 2-1 lead. Here's Danny Jansen. He was 13 to 2 to go on and win the week, which we thought was a bit of value, and he could find himself in a bit of trouble here, but Van Peer cannot take out the double 8. Took out the first leg he won for 103. Isn't going to take this leg out with a 110.
61. Carlo requires 16.
So a chance to take the lead early doors here for Carlo Van Peer,
Game shot on the third
which he
leg.
duly does.
Carlo Van Peer.
I know Carlo has played a lot of soft tip.
Fourth leg, it's
A
Danny
few
to
years
throw
back.
first. Game on.
Found himself back on the steel tip side of the game, probably with the success of brother Berry
100.
steering them that direction.
One thing that struck me straight away with
77.
Carlo is his knowledge of the game. It's analytical.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's
54.
it's the whole family. They love it. They absolutely love darts. And why wouldn't you? What a great sport we've got, and what opportunities are offered now
100.
within the game. It's mad not to love it.
I just get the feeling that this is a
122.
game that feels like it just needs to burst at some point. Needs to find a bit of a pop and a bit of a bang.
Well, I thought we had that with the 103 finish from Jansen. I thought, here we go. This will start it all
100.
off. And it kind of hasn't been the way. Jansen lost that scrappy leg, which was the leg 2 of this match, and then he seemed to have lost his way a little bit. It seemed to have dented his confidence and very much halted his momentum.
100, and he require 104.
Square up at 2-2. Tops.
84.
Drag below. So Vampire has got an opportunity to accrue the break here, and if he does, he'll be throwing for the match. It's going to be a dart of the ball,
99,
which wasn't too far away.
Yeah, well, he didn't make the mistake that time. He went a little bit greedy, didn't he, for the treble 11 on his last attempt on 1-2-1.
Danny Jansen.
Learnt from the mistake, made sure the big 14. It wasn't to be on this occasion. Jansen pokes out the double 10, but
Flair gets Carlo to throw first.
sign that Vampire is learning on the job.
We actually do have a little bit of a correlation between Carlo Vampire and Conor Henahan. We'll talk about it a little bit more when they play later on in the day, but both of them have sets of brothers that have both played on this stage. Of course, Carlo's brother Barry was very prolific here in 2023, and back when this was the online league in Southampton, Conor Henahan's brother Martin won a qualifier. They both won a qualifier to have played in the competition in Southampton and played on the same week.
Well, once again, that probably makes sense for travel arrangements, really.
You know, it's in that kind of time. We were just coming out of those travel corridors in the midst of lockdown.
98.
And Pierre here, 6 starts on 204 to pick off this leg.
121.
That's a very good start of doing that. Jansen still finding himself a little wayward.
82. Carlo require 83.
Double 16, now double 8.
75.
Will come back. He must be thinking, how have I got this version of Danny Jansen out in front of me? He must be licking his lips at the prospect.
Indeed.
140. Carlo require 8.
Jansen puts pressure on Vampire.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Vampire
Carlo
does not buckle. It was high right in the top corner, but in is in, and double 4.
6th leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Number 5 goes to Carlo Vampire. $100.
Is it fair to say that when we see Danny Jansen again, we're expecting a little bit more from him?
58.
I think it's just typical first game nerves, a little bit of that, and you know, everybody's watching at home, and maybe he's trying too hard, but
125.
Thought he got it together quite right then.
59. $85.
I was going to say up until that slip with the last, this is a improved leg for Jansen.
58. 104.
He's himself an 87 after 12, and he is going to have time to complete it and to take us to a last leg decider for the first time today.
And he requires 87. 39.
And we'll have a couple of darts upon his return to take us the distance.
Another one of these would assert a bit of pressure, but it hasn't.
48.
48 for Jansen. Could be a little bit close. No, perfect marker.
Danny Jansen.
Sometimes you can be nearly too close with that dart. You want it just a inch and a half or so in, but
from final against Carlo to throw first.
Danny used that nicely and found his range for the second dart.
Vampire limbers up to throw first in the decider.
140.
And you could just see that first real show of emotion there following that 140.
Yeah, lovely darts to open up.
58.
Forces your opponent into having to do something immediately. Then you have to back it up, and he's certainly doing that.
140.
Putting his foot down when it matters the most. Has to find a couple here. He's not going to find two trebles.
51.
And the treble he does find is a stray into the treble forward. So Van Peer here has time to see the match off.
100.
Yeah, nicely done, Carlo Van Peer there. A ton. I think it's all bar over from the shouting, but no. Danny Jansen. It's a big max to try and get himself in it, and it's double 18 for a lovely 1-2-1 finish from Carlo Van Peer. He gives a big fist pump to the camera. He's over the moon with that one. A pair of 84 averages for them. But the tell of the tale there, another ton plus finish for this morning with that 1-2-1 from Carlo Van Peer. We head into a short break and we will return with Louis Williams taking on Conor Henahan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first round of fixtures has been completed. Carlo Van Peer got the better of Danny Jansen in a last leg decider by 4-3. Next up for us, Conor Henahan in action up against Louis Williams. Henahan, 4-2 winner against Darren Armstrong. 101 average in that one. 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. He's really got going. He's set his stall out right from the very get-go. This week, his opponent, Louis Williams, will be looking just to kind of build a bit of stride, won't he, in this one?
Yeah, he sure will. He just wants to be getting a leg on the board now. He's the only one of the clutch of players in that first batch that didn't put a leg on the board, so now he'll want to get on and just open his account and get a leg. And once you start doing that, you can start winning
First
matches.
it's Louis to throw
So,
first. Game
Louis
on.
knows he's got the darts as well this time round. It's a tough ask first game against Andy Bolton to have to play him against the darts. And Andy Bolton did come out of the traps absolutely flying against him. So
100.
I expect no different here. He will be under the cosh against Henahan here, who hit 3 180s in his
45.
previous game, and you don't see him falling off of that quickly.
8 to 15, Conor Henahan. Louis Williams 11 to 8 with the bookies.
41.
And I just get the feeling with Louis that he just needs something just to settle him down. It might be a big outshot. It might be a couple of decent scoring visits. Just something
82.
just to make him feel a little bit more accustomed, acclimatised, and feel a little bit at home on that stage.
Yeah, I think that he will
85.
sort of appreciate having the darts this time round. I think that will make a difference. He will appreciate that, and maybe that will give him the lift that he needs because he knows that he's got 4 starts.
100.
It's all important to hold this first one, and so far they're trading blows of similar ilk at the minute. That's a loose one from Louis.
45.
Right when he didn't need it, and when he needed a score to turn the corner, he didn't get it.
127.
And right when Conor Henahan needed to turn the corner and hit something and tighten the thumb screws on Louis Williams, that's exactly what he did. And now
28. Conor 147.
Williams talking to himself there.
Because he knows he has given Henahan the luxury of
57.
time to take this opening leg out. Even that 57 leaves him on 90, and he's going to get a poke at it. He just be a dart at the bullseye.
30. Conor 190.
Doesn't even have to go for the bullseye now. Williams went straight. That's why he elected for the treble 18. But covers well there with the second dart. Treble 19 for double 16.
58.
Yeah, going that way is sometimes that first miss isn't really a big problem. You can transfer yourself up for a nicer double.
140. Conor requires 32.
140 for Louis Williams. Is he going to get back? Now all of a sudden that first missed dart is a bit of a blocker. Does he go left? Does he go right? It's going to have to go over the top no matter where he comes from.
16.
And yeah,
Louis requires
Rice smiled to himself as he nearly hits double 11. Got the trajectory slightly wrong, so
Game shot on
that
the
big
first
140 visit
Louis
from Louis Williams has saved himself, and he puts his first leg on the board for the day.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
Is that exactly what I went back to and said a couple of minutes ago about something to settle you down? Big scoring visit, takes the double out first time of asking. It
134.
was a leg that he shouldn't have won, but he has got in his back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does settle you down. The longer that it goes on for not winning a leg,
100.
the more anxious you get, I think is the word I'd use, anxious. And then all of a sudden, the longer the days then go on without a win, you become anxious. You become,
140.
particularly if you've had a chance at winning one as well. So, and you've messed up yourself. It's what have I got to do to
44.
win games here? And the simple scenario, and I know it sounds very simple, you've got to win legs first. And that doesn't always come as easy as it
57.
sounds when you're playing the likes of Conor Henahan and Andy Bolton in your opening couple of games.
That's going to be the weekly darts casters tip of the year from Scott Mitchell. Win legs to win matches.
45.
Absolutely.
Conor requires
Can't believe I was the first to think of it.
The fish? The fish? No, not this time.
135.
That one was only just in there. I'd have run to the board then. That's the only time you'd have seen me travelling at the dartboard.
60.
That'd have been
Conor
too quick a
requires
pace for you to
35.
retrieve darts, Scott. 35 for Henahan. 2 16s.
Game
to
shot
square
in the
up.
second leg.
1-1.
Connor Henahan.
He was under no scoreboard pressure there, was he, from
Against
Williams
Louis
in
to
that
throw
leg?
first.
So
Game on.
he's been around long enough now. It's all about holding your own throws.
One thing you find with Connor
58.
Henahan when it comes to that 16 and 8 segment, a miss low is okay, a miss high is okay for him because he can work his way down. But a miss low, because of the way the darts stand up to attention,
55.
gives him an awful lot of work to do.
Yeah, they're kind of sort of 45 degree or 60 angle to the board, 60 degree angle to the board, aren't they? So
60.
yeah, the flight comes into a big factor. Those that play know that you get to a point actually where you're playing, and I know which direction my flight is to know whether I can use it to go
140.
into the double or whether it's going to deflect me a million miles away. So you learn how to develop that to your advantage as well. You know that,
100.
no, it's not in the right place today. I've got to move. I've got to go and throw it somehow or another around that dart. Or you go, oh, look at that. It's just inviting me to hit it, and then the double will be mine.
63.
Well, that was a reverse 180.
I wouldn't have thought that was a score a ref would be calling out too often with 3
60.
treble 7s.
Well, unless you're playing Scott.
Oh, yeah, nicely done. Yeah, nicely done.
140.
Let's pick on the big guys, you know what I mean? Fair play.
We were going to have you and Glenn Durrant play in Group A, but we realised that we've only got 3 days to fill.
59.
Absolutely.
Gonna require 103.
103 for Henahan. Hasn't had a tub plus out so far today. And isn't going to have one here.
51. We require 164.
This would be a mighty ask for a holder throw. Not to be.
28. Gonna require 52.
Henahan
Game
tidies
shot
up
the third
nicely.
Connor Henahan.
Once again, Louis leaving no pressure on the
Full
Henahan
flag, it's
throw.
Connor to throw first.
Do you
135.
feel this year's a big year for Connor in the fact that we've spoken so much about his potential, what he's done here, what he's done on the development tour in recent times,
100.
now beyond the age bracket eligible for the Dev Tour, playing Kier once again. Do you feel like 2024 is the type of year where he needs to make that next push?
Yeah, we
43.
talk about moving day and the group being a Tuesday. He's at a point of his career now where, yeah, it's got to move on. But because he's such a young man, he's still only 25.
100.
There's a good chance that maybe he can get another chance and another chance because of his age. But really, the way that he's been playing and the form that he's shown here at the Super Series,
97.
it is time for him to move on. It's not like he's not trying. He's going to Q School. He's going to, Challenge Tour. He's developing his game. It's just we
57.
expect with what we see here, if he kind of repeats that elsewhere, the progression is going to happen naturally.
And you would have been in that scenario where the hardest thing in the world to do is turn
125.
potential into results.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had a stage where I was just throwing lovely on stage in events and stuff, but I couldn't get to the
44.
stage. I was playing on the
They
floor,
require 101.
not to the ability that I was playing on the stage, and that was more frustrating. And there's a lot of players in that situation that love playing on the stage, don't quite do enough on the floor to get to the stage, and it
51.
took a lot of time and effort and practice and a heartache and ups and down days, but we got there. And and I think I see the same for Connor, really.
Williams putting the pressure on
140.
Henahan here.
Only require 50.
Left himself on 60 for the break if this 50 doesn't go. It looked like Keno had full control of this fourth leg. But a miss on
40.
double 10 has
Louis
opened up the
requires
door for
60.
Louis to equalise.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, you need something to give you a lift. Could a break a throw here do it for Louis Williams? He's got 2 at it.
Game
He
is
only
on the
needs
fourth
1.
leg. Louis Williams.
Breaks back immediately.
5th leg, it's Louis to throw
Well,
first.
if there's one
Game
crumb
on.
of comfort that he can at least cling on to, he's 2 from 2 when it's come to the finishing. So getting down has been the issue, but actually once he gets to the end goal of a leg, he has been able to
140.
be up to the task.
Yeah, he sure has. And we talk about Danny Jansen and
95.
coming through the youth ranks. That's exactly what Louis Williams has done as well.
83.
At 22, he is far more experienced than we give credit for, but sometimes if you're not believing you have the experience and you're still feeling like the new guy, which he will be, he'll feel like the new guy no matter what experience he's got
90.
when he's playing Henahan and Andy Bolton earlier. He probably can't wait to get to play the guys who are new just like him.
100.
But also, really feel like pressure's just following him everywhere he goes, because that first year on tour was so good. So many people were hyping him up. He missed that double 12 for a 9 darter at the World
140.
Championships, and it looked like at that point the world was in his hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the Welsh are passionate about their sportsmen, and he would have had so much support coming up through and up through and up through, and you get to the point
58.
where when it like kind of starts to go a little bit wrong, there's always people back home that are quite happy to tell you, well, what happened there? You were rubbish, you were this, you were that. And it's only one comment, but these things can grate on you and affect you. And
Louis Requoy, 120.
I hope that's not been happening to Louis.
Well, Henahan threatening the break, and he laughs to himself because he knows that Henahan is going to have a chance to open up a 3-2 lead and throw for the match.
80.
Yeah, and then when you hit the treble with the second dart, it does get even more frustrating for Williams.
Being high like that, that was
Game's on the
perfect for
fifth
Henahan
leg.
to sink it with the
Connor
second.
Henahan.
He finds the break, he leads 3-2, and now has the darts to see the job through.
Yeah,
6th leg, it's Connor to throw first.
so 3 breaks on the trot there now. Connor won't mind that it was in the top left-hand corner. Perfect if it was a penalty. That's where you want the ball to go.
100.
Gaza style, top corner. And in is in.
Well, that was a little bit more bottom left-hand corner, a little bit like Darwin Nunez's
28.
99th minute strike for Liverpool against Nottingham Forest in the Premier League at the weekend.
You won't do nothing with kids, is what Alan Hansen said.
60.
Liverpool are making a good fight of it at the minute, aren't they? Premiership, very exciting. A little bit more exciting than the Formula One.
Yep, congratulations to Max
83.
Verstappen for winning the 2024 Formula One World Championship.
Yeah, the field have got closer. Last year he won this race by 25 seconds. This year only 22.
135.
Just got to put your foot down, which is exactly what Conor Henahan is doing here. He's got 6 darts from 206 to see the game through.
You can definitely see the finish line.
But can he cross the checkered flag?
Masterful piece of set-up play there from Henahan, and Louis Williams is now throwing with freedom, and look what happens.
180.
Not picking his darts, just lobbing them. It's his first 180 of the day.
Is it full speed ahead for Henahan? Double 16. But he doesn't cross that checkered flag just yet.
Stay there. No, it hasn't hit it. So will he come out?
57.
He stays there, trying to knock off the 5.
32.
But it's Henahan. Double 16 for the match. He wins 4-2. Another defeat inflicted on Louis Williams early doors. It's a 4-2 win for Conor Henahan. Both have a little chat at the end there. Tidy average from him. Just under the 90 for Henahan. Louis Williams, mid-70s. He's going to have to up that if he's going to start winning games. But it's a win for Conor Henahan as we take a short break. And we will head back after that with Danny Jansen and Andy Bolton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Conor Henahan has raced to pole position at the top of the Group A table, getting the better of Louis Williams by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an 88.5 average, 4 from 14. When it came to the finishing, Henahan is showing why he is one of the players to beat. Well, a lot of people thought that Danny Jansen was going to be the star name here in week 2. He lost his first game 4-3 to Carlo Vampire, and he takes on Andy Bolton, who looked really good against Louis Williams. 2-ton plus checkouts and a 95.5 average en route to a routine 4-0 victory against the Welshman. And Bolton, as always, limbering up in the background ahead of battle.
Yeah, always does his few stretches. Us old guys, you've got to keep yourself nice and loose and the muscles warm. This one's an intriguing battle. I'm sure they would have played each other
to throw first. Game on.
before. I think they must have overlapped on the Pro Tours, so they'll know plenty about one another. Jansen, one that I met as a youth player, back doing stuff in the BDO days.
60.
Well, regardless of what he does this week, whether he makes it through to Saturday night or not, would you be surprised not to see Andy Bolton in the field for that Champion of Champions
57.
World Seniors Golden Ticket qualifier on Sunday?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously I was on a group with Andy when he won the week. I managed to beat him in the group stage 4-3, but he progressed on to the semi-final and the final and won the week. And he actually won Group A, I believe, that week quite comfortably. So
58.
Yeah, you can understand why he's red hot favourite for this week, and coming in with 4 debutants, you would expect him to dominate, but fortunately on paper, we do not play darts. We
97.
play darts on a dartboard, and sometimes things can flash up and you guys can do unexpected things, so that's what keeps the game interesting
41.
and makes it more than watchable.
Bolton, one of 13 players to have won multiple qualification weeks here at the Super Series. Reece Robson becoming the 13th player to do that on Saturday night when he got the better of Jamie Kelling in a last leg decider 4-3.
Qualifying for the finals week early doors in week 1 always seems, that seems a hell of a wait now. It's for him to actually, you know, you'd want that to come, and we've spoken about it, you know, winning maybe week 10, 11, 12, you go in with the momentum, and
Andy Bolton.
Andy Bolton once more takes out another 100-plus shot out.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
That's his third of the day. He's already hit the 104 once, and it was deja vu, and he did it again.
$140.
I love that overhead shot there. That shows
95.
Danny Jansen's stance, because he stands quite strangely. Rather than have his back foot out at 45 degrees to stable himself, he rather
43.
kicks his back foot right back behind himself beyond 180 degrees, as you can see there. And it's not a normal stance for a player.
58.
As you can see, that's more of a traditional stance from Andy Bolton. Those people that put their foot
100.
90 degrees to the ocker, you find that their foot is more straight when you further back, but you can see that Jansen still puts his at a bit of a 45-degree angle and still
140.
kicks his leg back round.
Were you able to get that in the next leg?
100.
Well, Bolton, who's already taken out a 104 in this match. In fact, he's already had 3-ton-plus finishes today. Looking for the 118 to double his lead to 2-0. Hasn't dropped a leg so far today, although that's going to be
180.
in severe danger now.
Yeah, that's Jansen's third 180 of the day.
He is so good. And he was almost
98.
so clinical.
Danny
Jansen
requires
comes back to
28.
break back and to square up at 1-1.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit excited himself there to get the chance at it, and you see the disappointment on his face at missing it. This one has to go, you feel.
Game
Oh,
shot
and
the
it does
second
last
leg.
start.
Danny
Just when
Jansen.
Andy was thinking he was going to return.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first.
And he is remonstrating with himself
Game
in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. But he knows it was for a holder throw, and he'd done the hard work by breaking. He's throwing second. He broke the first
134.
leg of Jansen. And Bolton was expecting to hold his own, and then 2-0. You can control the game from there.
99. $93.
Just want to look as well at the elevation of the back leg of Danny Jansen. We're going to
95.
show you the angle of Jansen there. We can just see that the back leg there just swings up as he throws. Not that it matters there, as he hits a 174 to set up a ton after 9.
No, absolutely. It's not the rocking movement of John Henderson, is it? But there is a slight forward motion that he uses to go with the dart.
140. Danny require
And I
100.
make a comment every time I'm here. We'll just watch this 100 first. So we'll stay up now and just try and
60.
not hit the other two.
And
And whoa, 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 that got close
167.
to bursting his score. But Bolton now 167. He'll be in the mood for this, because you can see by the grimace on his face
84.
he was in the
Danny
mood for it.
Require, 40.
So Jansen comes back for tops. Tens it is then. He won't mind either way. Fives it is. As long as he hits it, he won't
Game's
mind.
on
And
the
there we
third
go.
leg. Danny
Cleans it
Jansen.
up. Nice and tidy and holds his throat. And now he's
Flag,
back
it's
to where he
Andy to
wanted
throw
to be.
first.
He'd have
Game
took
on.
this position 2-1 at the start of the game. But yeah, he just rolls forward rather than rocks with Johns is a backward through 90
85.
position and then forwards. Jansen is just a slight backlift, and I've said it before and I've said it in the past. You can
60.
sometimes tell when these players have played from a younger age. That kind of throw will come from where they were 13, 14, 15, trying to reach the height of the board as a smaller person. And you
57.
can generally tell when a player is playing a youth player, they bring the arm back further than most other players do. Because if you start when you're an adult, it's not so much of a push or a force to get there.
180.
Jansen's in again. That's his fourth of the day, second of this match.
Beginning to really build up now, isn't he?
140.
And that's the X Factor saying, hang on a minute, kidder. I'm still here.
Well, the thing is, you don't just win a leg against Andy
91.
Bolton. You have to earn it. And Jansen has left himself on the fish to try a break, but Bolton can leave himself in something handy from 219. You'd expect him to get a ton as a minimum.
59.
But comes up dry. And so
Danny
the
Require,
opportunity really has
170.
presented itself for Jansen now. And that is perfectly sat for another. But couldn't find the second, which would have given him a poke at the Borzo, which he would have duly hit.
130. And he require 160.
Just to show us that he'd have hit it, he hit it to leave himself tops. Here's Bolton again. Oh, he will be disappointed with that one. Every time he seems to leave a ton plus at the minute, it looks like it's going to go. He does it right with his first start, and that comes with confidence of hitting so many ton plus shots.
122.
He knows
Danny
he's in a good
Require,
run of hitting
40.
them. Pressure applied then.
For the break.
Game's on
And
the
to
fourth
throw
leg.
for the match.
Danny
Jansen moves
Jansen.
into a 3-1 lead and is beginning to move through the gears. Andy Bolton, who looked like he was
Fifth leg,
about
it's
to
Danny
open
to
up
throw
a
first.
comfortable
Game on.
2-0 lead, now has to win 3 in a row to save the match.
And you have to say it was a very tidy 13-dart leg there
93.
from Jansen. And like you say, he is now looking very good on those odds we saw
100.
for the group this morning. Because he's now starting to find his feet.
In terms of the Group A betting, he was 13 to 5
95.
with the odds compilers. Andy Bolton actually went off the favourite, 11 to 8. Henahan, the second favourite, at 9 to 4.
100.
I feel like Andy Bolton's got a fitness video waiting to be released at some point.
99.
To be fair, I've never known him be any different.
Getting fit, lean and mean with the X Factor coming out to
45.
Argos soon.
Indeed.
174.
But it's Jansen that's showing the X Factor here. This is the second time he's set up for 174. He's left himself tops after 12 to complete a 4-1 victory. His average straggles above the ton mark now, 101.14. It is going to come down as he aims for
And he
tops.
requires
And he has
40.
got 6 from here to complete the job.
He doesn't do a brace of 13 darters, but he'd be happy to go on in
Game
15.
shot and the
And
match.
that
Danny
could be a big
Jansen.
win in the context of the way this Group A pans out. You'll have to stay with us for the next couple of days to find out how big that is. But it's a nice win for Danny Jansen. 4-1 victory over Andy Bolton, he'll be pleased with. 98 in the averages for Jansen, 93 for Bolton, exactly what we said earlier. He's always around that 90 mark and makes himself difficult to beat. But we head into a short break and we'll return with Darren Armstrong taking on the Dutchman, Carlo van Peer.
So the final game of round 2 is about to get underway, and we're going to watch Darren Armstrong and Carlo van Peer go toe-to-toe on the hockey. Van Peer getting the better of Danny Jansen in the last leg decider as both players try and equate themselves as to which bottle of water is which. Whilst for Darren, well, he lost out to Connor Henahan 4-2. Henahan had averaged in excess of 101 in that particular match. But Darren himself, 83.69, 2 from 2 on the doubles, a 105 out. And if you actually break down the way that both players played in their opening games, this should be a very tight encounter.
Yes, it should be. I'm just trying to watch out of the window of our new commentary position here, and I was just taking it all in there. Sorry about the pause. Sometimes you can make out a little bit more from players than what you see on the screen if you can see it live through the window. And our new commentary position here at the Super Series is absolutely spectacular, and I've enjoyed my first few games up here.
20.
So you're now officially a curtain twitcher.
Yeah, I suppose technically you're right if we had any curtains.
I'll bring my shirt in tomorrow.
140.
Well, I said not much separates in terms of the betting. Darren Armstrong 4-9. Carlo van Peer outside of 13-8 to win this particular match with the odds compilers. Remember, 18 plus, pgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And maybe you'd be a brave man to bet against Darren Armstrong.
$95.
Unfortunately, left on 159. Not a great deal he could do about that with the max.
97. Goal require 170.
but it's forced the fish to go, of which it won't for Carlo. And so Armstrong, 62 to take out this opening leg.
62.
This is for a potential 14 darter. And the way that dart is sat up makes this double eight awkward. As you could see there, had to aim high. And so it's opened up an opportunity for Carlo to break here if he can net this 74. It's going to get a dart at top, so you'll look towards the top right-hand side,
54.
but it dips just below.
Only requires 16. Game shot on the first leg.
Nicely finished off, though, by Darren Armstrong. Pressure on to keep hold of his throw and emphatically hit it.
To throw first. Game on.
Emphatically done by Carlo. Remember, you can get in touch with us at the Super Series today via our social media channels. So on the bottom of your screen there, at MSS Darts on Facebook,
58.
Twitter and Instagram. And if you subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel, there's plenty of bonus content which
40.
is available outside of the live darts that we bring you 6 days a week. Me and Chris Mason commentated on a paired competition a couple of weeks ago. That was very good fun. Dale Pilgrim, Mark Dubbridge with Neil Duff and Lisa Ashton by way of competition. And the third pairing was Colin Osborne and Kevin Painter. You can watch that in its entirety on the Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's some super content you don't see here every day.
100.
Crops up on our channel every now and again, and who knows, maybe you got some ideas that could help us along that we could do and put on our channel.
Carlo require 161.
Well, Carlo's idea will be thinking to try and pick off the 161 as quickly as possible.
105.
Didn't entertain the idea of going for it with Armstrong not on a finish. And so 56 to square this game up at one apiece.
96. Carlo require 56.
This game going along at a fair standard.
36.
Vampire
Only require 100.
will find himself broken if Armstrong can take out the 103. And he is going to get a chance. It's going to be tops. It's going to be 2-0 to Armstrong. And for the second time today, Carlo Vampire has had a 103 out hit against him. Danny Jansen did it in his opening game, and Darren Armstrong's done it here to open up a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, indeed. Carlo not doing a lot wrong. More to the point, Darren Armstrong is doing an awful lot right.
We're into game 6 of the day, and that's already our 7th ton plus out.
It had the potential when we spoke this morning off air that it could be that type of group. And what with the Saturday night gang starting it all off with all their ton pluses, it seems to be what these guys were watching maybe, and that's what's put them in the mood for all these ton plus shots. Carlo Vampire's mum has actually sent me a lovely message saying I knew you were going to mention the Dutch Open when we met, which is great. That's what the darts family is all about. Hope you're enjoying the darts.
140.
And I hope you're enjoying the way that Carlo is playing, Mum.
Well, you won't be enjoying this from Darren Armstrong. 140 leads him on 64, averaging 93.85 right now, and he's on the cusp of opening up a 3-0 lead.
57. Darren requires 64.
All about the 16s corridor here. The treble leaves double 8.
Game shot
14 darter, 3-0 Armstrong, and this is a really, really good performance, this, on the Scot.
Yeah, absolutely is. This is...
Full flag, it's Carlo to throw first.
This is opening the door here, isn't it, for something. He's just finding his feet. As I said, Carlo Vampire's not doing a lot wrong. He's just got to get his head down and keep going while Armstrong looks like he's up there in his armchair, doesn't he?
Question I do have to ask is there a packet of wine gums in the practice room? Because Darren Armstrong and Andy Bolton seem to both be having a little bit of a mid-game snack with a sweetie.
Yeah, I did notice Andy Bolton took some out of his pocket and was eating it. And it is game.
55. 60.
Carly Van Peer here, you feel, needs a double treble visit to turn the throw back round, and he wades right in with a max.
Just to keep this game going a little while longer, he hopes.
70. Carlo required 48.
16 route. I don't know whether he went for an 8 there or whether he wanted the 16, but either way, it's in a good position to lead the double wide open, and he doesn't need a second invitation. As Carlo Van Peer takes 32.
First.
Leg 4.
Back-to-back 14 darters for the pair.
125.
He really is hitting that treble 20 with the first dart. With proficiency is Carlo Van Peer, but at the same time, you don't see him as being unlucky to be 3-1 down, because Darren Armstrong had been that good in those first 3 legs. But Carlo's first dart treble hitting in this match has been superb.
Big five on the last start there. Otherwise, that really could have opened up the door for Carlo. A couple of trebles here will leave him on a finish. Not going to happen this time. So Armstrong then has 6 darts on 198 to complete a 4-1 win.
$55.
Doesn't make the inroads that he would have liked, but Van Peer is not able to punish.
The commentator's cursed. A few months ago, I said, what a first start merchant he was being on the treble 20, and then couldn't even find the 20 segment with that visit.
93.
So Armstrong is going to get a couple of match darts upon his return. I'm assuming he's not going to go full maverick and go for the bullseye. And Carlo Van Peer is hoping that's not a dead cat 180. Armstrong's got a couple of darts at tops to seal the win.
30.
Chances that are come and gone.
Carlo required 25.
Yeah, that was big pressure from Carlo Van Peer, the 180 now. He's got to finish this off. He's gone 9 for double 8. 1 left in hand.
9.
And that's unfortunate. Right on the wire.
20.
And that could be curtains for Carlo. 2 5s. And Armstrong crosses the finishing line. He gets the better of Carlo Van Peer by 4 legs to 1. And so the ADC Northwest qualifier is up and running here at the Super Series. Van Peer, well, he heads off stage. He's already won 1 game. He's 1-1 now. So is Darren Armstrong. Coming up after the break, it's Louis Williams and Danny Jansen going toe-to-toe.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the first couple of rounds play here at the Live Lounge Report. So this is what we've seen thus far. It's been so far so good as far as Henahan is concerned. 2 victories from 2, both by the margin of 4-2, and in that first one averaged in excess of 101 against Darren Armstrong, who before the break got the better of Carlo Van Peer by 4 legs to 1. As far as Danny Jansen is concerned, a player that a lot of people have been tipping up, well, his campaign began with a 4-3 defeat to Carlo Van Peer, the ADC European debutant. Van Peer taking out this 121 in the last leg decider. Van Peer off with a win. He then lost before the break, as we saw, against Armstrong. But Danny Jansen then in that last game against Andy Bolton won 4-1. Real good game from the pair in that. So that is what we've seen so far. Let's have a look at the table, see where the state of play lies. Because Conor Henahan, top of the pile, the only player to have won every game. Louis Williams, the only player not to have won a game so far this morning. The rest of it, 1 win, 1 defeat for the rest of the pack. Right, next up, we're going to be watching Danny Jansen, the mullet, in action up against Louis Williams. I'm going to make the little trip over to the commentary box to join Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, Danny Jansen is the chart topper on our 180 stats so far after our first group of matches. We've 2 blocks of 3 gone through, so 6 matches down, and only one of those matches have gone against the darts, and that was when Conor Henahan played Louis Williams.
First leg is
helping out with
Louis to throw first.
Picking up at the flight for Louis Williams. You feel with the darts this time round, needs to open his account in Group A. And he's playing Danny Jansen, who
100.
had a lovely 4-2 win over group favourite Andy Bolton in his previous match, so confidence will be high.
74.
It will be difficult to break in this match, you would think.
$43.
Oh, Danny Jansen, the
100.
mullet, whilst Louis Williams by profession is a barber. Well, I know where to get my skin fade this week, Scotty Dog.
42.
Why not? Why not indeed? You don't want to be trendy like all the others, Henry, do you?
96.
I don't pursue that sort of stuff, do I?
I'm not sure, but I'd like to see you have a good go. I think that would be good.
Well, apparently the trend these days is the low taper fade.
A low taper fade.
Indeed it is.
59.
Ask Louis all about it.
I am going to, because you know me, I'm the dart player of many hairstyles. I can part at left, centre, part and right. Anyway, that's enough of the hair.
180.
Let's move on to the mullet.
Who is threatening the break from Louis Williams in this opening leg. Not the only barber who does, of course, Ryan Meikle, that's his profession.
93. Danny required 51.
Yeah, saw him at the weekend as well. A little chat with him.
Tots for Jansen for the first leg.
Game shot.
Tots found for Jansen for the opening leg.
Jansen.
14 darter to get the game up and running.
Second leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
You have to say, Danny is looking very comfortable up there on the Super Series stage.
98.
On debut, this is his 3rd game today, and he looks more settled game after game. And that's
81.
got to be worrying for his opponents.
He is that type of player you expect to build up a head of
59.
steam as the week moves along. Averaging now 98 in this game.
30.
We're talking about the
96.
content coming up on our socials, and are you a fan of tic-tac-toe, Scotty Dog?
No, not really. Just to kill your mojo.
60.
Well, that's a shame. It means you won't be tuning into our video later on today that's dropping.
Oh, right. Well, I will be. I always like to be educated.
Good recovery, I think.
84.
It did. I didn't realise it was coming our way from us, so of course I'm interested.
Yeah, do drop us a sub on the Super Series YouTube
60.
channel, and
Danny
please like this
McGuire,
video as well.
164.
You can help with our analytics by doing that every day. Jansen 164 to take out the second leg.
$84. $100. Danny require 80.
Perfectly pinned, double 10. Up for fives. There has been some
75.
fallibilities as far as Danny
Danny
Jansen is
require
concerned. It has
170.
been when it's come to the doubling. This would feel like a steal. This would be incredible. That would have been the fish netted by
123.
Louis.
Yeah, he was
Danny
a little bit
required
away
5.
there. He probably feels he would live closer than that, but nice bit of camaraderie. Fist pump from Danny Jansen, appreciating the effort.
Game shot on the second leg. Danny Jansen.
So Jansen moves
Well,
into a
against Louis
2-0
to
lead.
throw
It's
first.
looking fairly
Game.
comfortable and fairly serene for him so far. I've actually just seen one of the comments on our YouTube channel. Could you imagine Danny Jansen in a low taper fade?
55.
Wow, Louis Williams could actually do it out the back if he's brought his scissors, couldn't he, really, after play? But
140.
and to be fair, no, I couldn't imagine him with one of those as well. I've only ever seen him in a mullet. With a mullet. In fact, I'm
58.
thinking about buying one of those hats now to come in tomorrow with the nice little hair hanging off the back. He's making me jealous.
140.
Jansen is threatening the double break here against Louis, for whom his campaign
58.
couldn't really have gone off to a worse start. If there is a saving grace for him, he plays Darren Armstrong and Carlo Van Peer in his last two games, and he will probably eye them up
32.
as opportunities to pick up points, and that's without disrespect to the pair. But he has gone straight in on the back with the three favourites up against him.
43.
Yeah, he has, and that's
Danny McGuire,
sometimes
89.
the unfortunate part of the way that it's drawn here into what position you drop into, although he has had the darts in the last two, so he would have fancied his chances to
57.
maybe do a little bit better than he has. But look, this is day one. He's having a good old chirp to himself most of the time. Is Louis Williams.
140. Danny required 32. No score.
Again,
Louis
Jansen
McGuire,
misses a handful of doubles,
147.
but again, Williams is nowhere to be seen. 147 is a big ask. It's taken him 15 darts on throw to get to this point. And he's not going to take it out, and so Jansen will return for double 16 to get the double break.
59. Danny required 32.
Williams does not know where to look. Jansen cannot look or find a look in on that double
Game
16,
shot
but that's a
the third leg.
superb find.
Danny Jansen.
There was nothing of the bed that was visible to the naked eye. But Jansen finds the double 16,
For
accrues the double
Danny
break.
to throw first.
And yeah,
Game
Danny,
on.
you're throwing first in leg 4.
Yeah, we spoke about a couple of games ago about using the flight. He used the flight lovely there to
140.
as a bit of a blocker and a boundary to just hit into the flight and drop into the double 16 there. Nicely used, but
100.
So hours of practice only gets you doing that, and Jansen, also a farmer,
140.
like myself, from Holland. It's 3-0 up here on Louis Williams, and
60.
gone in for glory.
You could say that the farmer could play like this until the cows came home.
You could do, but he hasn't got any cows, so yeah.
54.
Farms other things, but absolutely he will be happy with his day's work so far, should he close this one out.
59. Danny require 167.
6 and 167 for a 4-0 win. As for Louis Williams, he would love to turn back time and for the alarm clock to have woken up again and had a second bite at today. So Jansen 67 points away from
100.
a 4-0 victory.
Danny
It'll be
requires 67.
his second win in succession after losing his opening match to Carlo Van Peer. Just has a glance over at Louis Williams' score, sees he's not on a finish, and so attacks the 16s. 2-8s for the match.
51.
Not to be this time for the Mullet, but he will return. Louis Williams back on 182. He will be looking to try and pressure the shot, but
30. Danny requires 16.
it's all becoming hard work for Louis Williams as Danny Jansen zeroes in on 8-8. Now he moves across to 4-4 and he hits it and inflicts
Danny
a 4-0 win on Louis Williams. Louis Williams looks a little dejected there, but nothing more than Danny Jansen can show. He's pleased to have the scalp of Louis Williams. A tidy 87 average for him, 1-180, 4 from 15. He will probably want to sharpen up on his doubles, but altogether a 4-0 win before he started he would have taken. We head on after the break to our next match, which is Henahan taking on Carlo Van Peer.
$100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. But before the break, we saw Danny Jansen get the better of Louis Williams by 4-0, averaging 87.13, 4 from 15 when it came to the finishing. Next up for us, Conor Henahan looking to keep up his 100% record for the day. He takes on Carlo Vampire, 1 win, 1 defeat for him. And in terms of the standard he's playing at, 85 average near one in that first game against Danny. Brought it up to an 89 against Darren Armstrong. He's a player that I think if he keeps playing to those levels is going to get a lot of joy this week. But tasks, it seems, don't get much bigger than Conor Henahan right now.
No, absolutely agree. The numbers say that.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Henahan, a prolific 180 hitter. And that's going to be the thing that Carlo has to keep his eye on.
70.
Right on cue, hits 2 big 5s. Commentator's curse.
96.
You get the sense Carlo's got to stick with Henahan from pretty much dart 1. There's been a couple of legs today where Carlo has just gone a little bit missing, but other than that, it's been a debut where he can draw a lot of positives from so far.
11.
Wow.
Commentator's curse once again. Did we just sit here and keep quiet? We are not helping these guys at all.
I'll tell you what, in the next leg, we won't say a word
59.
and they'll both be on 9 darters.
And then we won't be able to speak.
Some would say that we should do that all the time.
134.
But we don't do requests. And it just is part of the job having to talk, being a commentator.
99.
Well, some do it more than others.
It's like being a golfer without golf clubs. You're not a golfer, are you?
Don't know, Happy Gilmore had a bit of success.
96. Conor
He
McQuarrie,
did.
148.
I don't like to say, but that wasn't a real story, Henry. But there we go.
Next thing you'll say Santa Claus isn't real.
60. Carlo McQuarrie,
He won't fit down my
164.
chimney, that's all I'll tell you.
164 for Vampire. Isn't going to go, so Henahan back for 88 to
23. Conor McQuarrie, 88.
take out this opening leg. 18. Oh, treble, he's double 7. Added bonus for Henahan.
shot in the
And an excellent
first
hit for
Conor
Henahan
Henahan.
to lead 1-0. And how many more of these combination pop shots is going to be
Second
hit
against Carlo to throw
against
first.
Carlo Vampire today? He's
Game
had a
on.
couple of 103s taken out against him. A couple of other combinations as well.
I think poor old Carlo can feel a little unfortunate here, but what he is
140.
doing and what I like about the way that he's playing is he's not really reacting to it too much. He's just getting on with his own thing.
98.
Very interesting, Carlo and Barry being brothers, because
58.
if you actually look at their mannerisms and the way they go about on stage, they are both very differentiating. Barry very much pumps himself up,
57.
psychs himself up. He's like a Duracell bunny laced with Red Bull at times on stage, whereas Carlo's got a rather more relaxed demeanour about him in comparison.
139.
Yeah, I think that's a good assumption, very good assumption. I would say that is how they've been all the time I've ever known them.
46. Carlo McQuarrie, 164.
The bit that everybody gets wrong is Carlo is actually the
92.
older brother of the two. Everybody thinks he's the younger brother, but he's not. Barry is the younger brother.
31 years of age,
55.
Carlo.
McQuarrie, 72.
And looking to take out this 72 to level up. He has got a bit of time in this leg. Henahan hasn't really made a dent.
Game shot in the second
Vampire
leg.
Puts a
Carlo
perfect
Vampire.
dent in that 72. Level we are, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw
Both have had one
first.
dart a double. Both have hit with one dart at a double.
100. $131. 100. $85.
Henahan tiptoeing in
90.
this leg. Remember, he has the darts, but those strays either side of the treble 20 means that if Vampire can find a couple of trebles here, then he could have threatened the break,
25.
but it just feels like this game is just hitting a little bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, Carlo Vampire couldn't rustle up a treble there.
61.
Henahan first to a finish. Even himself on 150.
100.
And Pierre also
require
in finishing
150.
range, but it's going to be first go for Henahan. Perfectly pinned. Is that a nice enough guy for him to stay there? Yes, it is. Double 15.
120. Carlo, you require
Almost there.
160.
And so having felt the force of Henahan also almost taking out the 150, it felt like it forced Vampire to take out the 160.
56.
And
Only
Henahan is
require
back
30.
with 30 in hand.
Yeah, it was like a safe dart, that double 15 from the previous visit with the two treble 20s in. And that was
22.
mainly because
Carlo, you require 104.
Vampire was back on 160. And I do think it was a half-hearted attempt at double 15, and then that's caused him a few problems. But he's now offered up a chance for Vampire,
84.
who
Carlo, you require 8.
for a little quicker than usual there. Didn't find the target, but it's 8 now incoming for Connor.
4.
A
Carlo, you
rare
require
slip from
20.
him, so it's all about Vampire now and double 10, double 5, top of the shop.
Game
And he
shot
takes it
third.
nicely, he feels his
Carlo
way in,
Vampire.
and you can see a little head pump for himself there.
Full flag, it's Carlo to throw first.
Break a throw as
Game
well.
on. 43.
Right, what you don't want as an opener once you've just broken throw. You've got a nice steady ton.
95.
This was going to come back at you. A big flight deflection there from Henahan. Otherwise, that would have been an awful lot more.
And this is the type of
96.
game where Henahan's experience could come into play, because he's so adept that if he is dragged into a game like this, then he knows that he's got those tools to get himself out of it.
80.
And these might be the ones where you do find the experience of him and Andy may come into play.
I think we will find that as the group goes on. I think as latter
60.
stages on Tuesday, where you start to establish where you are in the group and whether you have got a chance of taking that top spot and getting a day off, a day or two off. It sort of all develops, and I think
140.
that's when we're going to find these two group favourites could well shine through. Sometimes it's good to come into
97.
these things with a bit of rawness and naivety and maybe not totally understand the situation and get your head down and keep throwing. And if that's the case,
25.
we have 4 debutants that could jump in and take their chances.
50. Gonna require 161.
Well, that Robin Hood in his last visit has meant that Henahan has only got 161 in hand. He loves the 19-18 ball play on this particular finish.
61. Carlo require 155.
This is a safe throw. Treble 19 would have left the double. So Henahan back for a ton. And
139.
this is now under
Only
severe
require 100.
pressure. Slips into the single 5, so the treble 19 was needed for the double 19, and he is incandescent
30.
there,
Carlo requires
Henahan.
16.
And Vampire is back for 3-1.
Game
Pins
shot
a double
four
8, and the game
Carlo
is in his
Vampire.
hands, and just another little show of emotion there from Carlo.
Yeah, I like that little
think it's
fist pump.
corner
He
to
knows
throw
it
first.
means that was a big hold there. He can throw with freedom in this one to try and
96.
seal it out. It's Henahan's darts, and he looks to be doing just that.
134.
All he can do is apply pressure and hope to get a chance.
$140. $43.
Henahan having to move over and goes back up
98.
to the treble 20 with much success. Some more good counting from him.
58. Connie require 167.
Well, he's got a bit of time in this leg, Henahan, to mop this one up and to reduce the gap to 3-2.
87.
And should, at the very least, get a dud at tops to half the gap. But Vampire is going to put a bit of pressure on it.
Connie require 80.
Yeah, just a bit of a practice throw for Vampire there, trying to prepare himself for the next leg because you feel that this one's
Game's on
gone.
the
And
fifth leg.
well,
Corner
Henahan
Henahan.
finishing like that, it certainly is.
Sixth leg, it's Carlo to
14
throw
dart
first.
to that for
Game on.
Henahan. And Vampire now has his one opportunity on throw to complete the match.
And wouldn't have booked a treble one to start,
43.
that's for sure.
Has opened up the door here for Henahan, who we know can go on spells
60.
of 2 or 3 legs where he can just reel him off and reel him off and reel him off. The last one was 1 in 14.
98.
Yeah, very much so. And we've seen 13 dart legs from him today and
55.
well within his range.
$40.
Henahan hitting his groove. Groovy darts!
180.
Puts all his darts in there in a gang. $134.
6 darts and 206 to send us the distance. Oh, he really is firing on all cylinders now.
138.
Looked almost set up for him to thunder that last dart in and fill them up, but he didn't do it.
121. Connie requires 68.
We spoke about these spurts that Henahan can have, and he's having one here. But this double 16 has to go
52.
because by not doing so
Follow your
has
request,
presented
65.
Carlo Vampire here with an opportunity to complete the match on 65. He is hung with Henahan in this leg, and he's going to get an opportunity to complete the job.
I think that was at treble 11, the first one.
45.
It's just a little under top,
Connie
so
requires 16.
Henahan has dodged a bullet. And Vampire has
Game's on
had
the
one
sixth
dart
leg.
to win
Corner
the
Henahan.
match. So 3 apiece it is, and Henahan has the throw. So Vampire knew that was his
Seventh and
best
final,
chance.
It's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Seeing that treble 11 route sort of creep back in. It's not one that I've seen for a lot of years, being an older
135.
player. Back in my early days, that was a way for 65, and it seems to have disappeared with the outer ball being
43.
used, but creeping back in now, isn't it?
Sounding a little bit like Uncle Albert there. Back in my day, back during the war.
Well, yeah, there is that.
140.
When Henahan finds the top part of that treble 20 bed, you
96.
just know that a big score's incoming. Because usually one is followed by another.
100.
Left to finish after 9. The last 2 legs have been won in 14 and 16. He has
58.
got to move on
He
here as
require
Heno, and he has got
126.
time to complete the job from 3-1 behind. Another one of them would have left double 6. He's not going to tempt the
86.
bullseye, and he's going to have 3 in his hand upon his return at tops.
Yeah, no need to start messing at the bullseye, and with Vampire back on 304, sensible
40.
play. Give yourself 3
require
clear
40.
darts at tops and hopefully finish the game off.
Game
And that's
shot and
exactly what he's
match.
done.
Connor Henahan.
Another 13 dart leg for Connor Henahan. Sees him through what could be a potential banana skin game there against Carlo Vampire. 4-3 to Henahan. 85 average for him. Just shy of an 80 for Vampire. Good game to watch. We'll head out for a short break and we will return with the group favourite, Andy Bolton, taking on Darren Armstrong.
Hello, welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's our 9th game of the session here in Monday's Group A proceedings, and we're going to see Andy Bolton and Darren Armstrong go toe-to-toe on the hockey. Bolton, who has been impressive throughout the course of the day, opened up with a 4-0 win against Louis Williams, averaging 95.5, average 93.5, and a 4-1 defeat to Danny Jansen. That was a proper game, that second one, and has hit 3-ton-plus checkouts over the course of the day so far, including 2 finishes of 104. Armstrong, though, we did see improve from game 1 to game 2, and his numbers, if he can particularly play towards the numbers he provided against Carlo Vampire in the second match, the 87.5, is going to have a chance here against Andy Bolton.
Yeah, he is, but Andy being a seasoned campaigner, will be pleased to be back on the darts, I think, and have the
First
throw.
it's
And
Andy to throw first.
when you're over in the Pro Tours, and Andy had a few years there with a tour card, you've learned to, if you're going to win games in the Pro Tours, you have to hold your throw. And the likes of Andy and Hendo and even Danny Jansen today, we're seeing them do that, because it's a trait that you have to learn if you're going to win games at the Pro Tours. It really is as simple as that. You can make your life very much easier if you're winning bull-ups over there and winning that first leg.
58.
And a player who here just keeps knocking on the door, the big one. We've seen him win a couple of weeks here. But Champions Week hasn't quite been a happy hunting ground for Andy Bolton, because both times he's been there, he's failed to make it through to Champions Night. And this is a title that is high up on his priority list, as it is a number of players these days. And he is the type of player, when you consider the level he plays at, the resume he has, and the standard he continues to play at, that should be eyeing up the record-breaking 25k top prize.
45.
Yeah, indeed. And what a nice price purse it is for those who don't have a tour card. It's probably one of the ones that is there right behind it, really, isn't it? When you think of the purses, and it's 4 times a year it's available. So really nothing to be sniffed at. And that's why everybody wants to play
60.
here at the Super Series.
Darren, require 121.
And it's the added bonuses that come with it. As Armstrong looks for this 1-2-1 to take out the opening leg. Treble 17 gives himself a go with the bull.
96.
Doesn't quite go this time. And Bolton has already had 3 ton plus outs today. Can he add a 138 to the catalogue? Not to be on this occasion. And so Armstrong is going to return for the break in the opening leg.
85. Darren, requires 25.
2 in his hand at whichever double of his choosing. 1 for double 12. Sixers.
Game shot on the first.
And Armstrong does find the break. He does lead 1-0. It's been a uncharacteristically sluggish start to this game for Andy Bolton, and he has been punished to the hilt.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just as I was telling you how brilliant he is at holding his throw, and he would fancy having the throw. Maybe put too much emphasis on that one.
96.
Did I ask you who you thought was going to win the week before the dart was thrown?
No, you didn't. But I did say that I thought that Danny Jansen was good value.
43.
Sorry, Danny.
Yeah. No, I just kiboshed it.
87.
Not as bad as Does' tips. Never got one correct on that.
Yeah, it's kind of why I try to sit on the fence on those. I'm still playing, and I don't want to currently offend people and then have to play them and go, oh, yeah. Tipped me for that, did you? And they open up.
130.
The best games against me.
Oh, Darren Armstrong's having a fairly good game here, averaging just under 91 so far, and having accrued the break in the first leg. He's in good stead to double his lead here, but there is always a response when it comes to Andy Bolton, and so this set-up turn here is going to have to be a good one.
55.
By going dry and saddling the other side, the door of opportunity for Bolton to break back has very much been opened. A door which he crowbars open.
100. Darren require 121.
I'd like to have been on a 2-darter after that, or even a single darter 138, but Darren Armstrong has been the one that keeps the pressure on, and he does it once again. Nonchalantly throws the last dart of the ball and hits it. But here goes Bolton.
It's these types of outs
72.
in which usually is so prolific.
Darren require 40.
The look on his face said it all. 2-0 Armstrong. Pins the top's first time to the top right-hand corner.
Third against Andy to throw first. Game on. 59.
Armstrong already
140.
putting a big dent on the Bolton throw. Taking advantage of the dry first turn from the X Factor. And a 140 there means that he's got command of the third leg and get in the blink of an eye,
134.
possibly try and capture a double break.
$60.
And after that visit, it's as you were.
$80.
Nice visit here from Armstrong.
140.
Tried to use the 2 previous darts to complete a 180 visit. Didn't quite happen.
96.
Well, in this leg, Armstrong's had 2 very good scoring visits and a poor one, and the poor one means it's only 161 for the double break.
95.
But good last dart means that
132.
this 132 may have to go. Treble 19. And the lie to the bullseye is quite nice. But just 6 below.
It was indeed nice. It really was. It was just sat there waiting to go under. It was a clear target. Armstrong now wants 36.
48. And he requires
Quite a
25.
rare miss from him.
More often than not, if you miss against this man, you don't expect to come back.
9.
But this time, Armstrong will get a
Only
reprieve.
require 18. Game shot on the third leg.
And it is 3-0
Darren
Armstrong. It is the double break and just feels a little bit flat for Andy Bolton. He's trying as hard as he can. He does his stretches. He does his limbering.
To throw first.
But it just feels like
Game
this
on.
has been a bit hard work for him here.
Yeah, he's trying to bounce back from that last loss to Danny Jansen, and he's
96.
had to sit out the back and wait 4 games to get back on, hasn't he? And he knows you don't want to be losing 2 in a row here in Group A early doors because it can set the tone for your week. So you have to say Armstrong has been good
83.
for the 3-0 lead.
He's playing at a level
99.
that is going to give him opportunities of winning matches this week. The average here, 90.11. His previous average is 83.69, 87.59.
140.
And if we're looking at the trajectory, he's improving with every single game. 6 darts away from winning this game.
92.
And to beat Bolton to zip.
It's a statement, isn't it? It's an absolute statement.
60. 100.
For a 4-0 win, which will more than mark his Super Series arrival. 7-7. And that would have been some way to finish. Bolton, who has been the king of the ton-topping finishes, needs one here to stay in the game.
And now you wouldn't back against him.
78.
Cannot get any closer other than hit it.
Darren, you require 14.
A width of a wire away from saving the match. Armstrong 7-7 to win it. And to win it in style,
No
to win it
score.
4-0, but the opportunity has come and it's
And you
gone.
require 32.
And he's going to have to do all the hard work again, you feel, because Bolton
Game shot on the fourth
won't
leg.
miss, was what I was just
Andy
about to
Bolton.
say, and he didn't. Gives himself a lifeline, holds his own throw now and gets it back to
Flair gets Andy
3-2.
to throw first.
And all the
Game
pressure
on.
will be back on Darren Armstrong. I know I'm jumping ahead of myself a little bit, but I'm just trying to get you into the mindset of what these two players are thinking. And here you go.
100. 180.
That's exactly what Andy Bolton's thinking.
And the way that he looked at those darts painted as
98.
much of a picture than the darts that was thrown itself. That felt more like it.
$96. $81.
Good little match this, both teetering around the 90 mark and the average. Neither wanted to back down.
The way for Down is he
100.
doesn't want to get caught in a haze, because in next to no time the 3-0 lead that he accrued could be whittled back down, and having missed match darts in the previous leg, he's not had any running in this one.
94.
And
it
suddenly
was
from a
125.
feeling of comfort, he is going to feel as if Andy Bolton is dangerously breathing down his neck. Didn't think of ball 25 bull because of the fact that Armstrong was back on 228.
Yeah, and the right choice, I think, from Bolton in this situation. Good management of the board
85.
and the situation more than anything.
Tops after 12 to bring it back to 3-2, and that situation that Scott was talking about a few moments ago could come to fruition here.
140, and
But
it was
Armstrong
140.
with a 140 of his own just to keep check in case this doesn't go. 2 10s. And now
30.
Armstrong has another match-winning chance.
Yeah,
Only require 88.
Bolton disappointed with himself there, and needed to stay straight. All about big numbers, recovers it nicely.
72.
And doesn't quite take
And he requires
double
10.
16, so it's Bolton now comes back for double 5.
And that's 5 match darts missed from David Armstrong. Double
Game on the
5
fifth
is
leg.
hit by Bolton.
Andy
3-2 we go.
And in this situation as a player, you do stand there starting to think that you should be off of here
Security's
having
down to
shaken
throw
hands.
first. Game on.
You start to go, what are you doing in your head? And you start to chastise yourself. You start to berate yourself inside your head
140.
while trying to let nothing show to your opponent or anybody that's watching. But it's all going on in there. But a lovely 140 to start from Armstrong, and it's looking like he's going to have to back that up again.
100.
Bolton will be disappointed. That was just a ton with a nice treble 20 with his first dart.
You could tell by his mannerisms, his teeth are well and truly
140.
sunk into this match now.
That's nicely done by Darren Armstrong, that. Second 140. Throws the
59.
pressure immediately back on Andy Bolton because he'd only scored a ton the throw before, and Bolton comes up with a troubleless visit.
140.
Great powers of recovery, great leg. It could have been so easy for Armstrong to have folded when Bolton came rampaging back, but he's left 81 after 9 for the match and for a
42.
4-2 victory,
Darren, you require
which will
81.
put him onto 4 points and put him into the top half of the table. And he's got a lot of time.
41.
Yeah, he has, and that kind of has been a frailty for him this game. If he's had a little bit of time at the double, he hasn't always produced,
36.
found its target.
Darren, you require 40.
Tops of the match and for a statement victory. It's been a good performance. And he's going to get the
Game
points
shot
that
and
come with it. Darren Armstrong beats Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. Real good performance that. 92 average, 4 from 13 when it came to the finishing, and finished off with a 14 dart leg. There was 1 or 2 little wobbles initially when the finishing line approached, but when it mattered, Darren Armstrong finds that match-winning double. He beats Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. Me and Scott Mitchell, we're going to head next door and have a chat about all the day's action, and perhaps an appropriate time, because after that, we'll be watching Danny Jansen take on Connor Henahan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where you've completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Monday morning. Scott Mitchell's been watching all the action alongside myself in the commentary box. This is what we've seen then on the Monday morning session. It's been a real good standard, a real good day for Conor Henahan. He's won 3 from 3 so far today. He's been the standout player thus far. We've just seen Darren Armstrong get his second victory in 3, the ADC qualifier going well as well. As I say, Scott Mitchell's been watching all the action with me in the commentary box, and Conor Henahan's a player who we've seen do some fantastic stuff here at the Super Series, and once again here at the Live Lounge is he putting in good numbers and good performances.
He is. Even his bad games, he's performing very well, and he's looking very comfortable back here on the stage again. Early doors, his doubling was absolutely superb, and of course they're all watching that in the back room, the other guys, and they know they've got a game on their hands. It's all about putting your mark down nice and early and let the rest of the players in the group know that you're here and not going to go anywhere. And that's exactly what he's done. He's trying to dominate the group nice and early. And I think that's the way to do Group A.
What's pleased you the most about him so far?
Well, the fact that he hasn't dropped off. You know, we knew what was coming. He was one of the favourites for the group. He hasn't seen that betting. He hasn't worried about what it is to him, and he's just gone on about his business. And I think he always does that every time he's here. He seems to just get on with it. He doesn't mind who he's playing. He tries to put his game up there and a standard that makes him difficult to beat. He doesn't worry about trying to beat another player. He looks to just worry about getting his game up there and giving himself chances. And when he gets them, he takes them.
Well, if it was a perfect start for Conor Henahan, it's most certainly the case that Danny Jansen has grown into the day as the matches have gone along. It was a slow start for him, but ever since we've seen the Danny Jansen that's been doing great stuff on both the Dev and Challenge Tour this year.
Absolutely. We say a slow start, but it was a tough game, and he was against the darts as well, against Carlo Vampire in the game that he lost early doors, and it was only 4-3. So the good thing for him was, although a slow start, he won 3 legs in that game, and he went straight out in game 1 and started winning legs. And that just breeds winning. So he's then gone on, won his next 2 games, and he's been quite convincing in those 2 as well. And I think, we said about it at the start of the day that his odds for the group were quite long, and he's looking good for that now. If you got him at that, well done you.
Who else for you has stood out today?
Again, I think it's difficult. I think Darren Armstrong has been great. Probably a face that people won't have known much about. I've known him for a little while now, and he's a determined character, as Scottish dart players generally are. And he's come here as a debutant. He seems to be flying into it as well. And I think we could be talking a lot more about him over the next couple of days.
Right, let's have a look at the league table. Following 3 rounds worth of fixtures, Conor Henahan leading the way, 6 points to his name. Danny Jansen and Darren Armstrong both winning 2 out of 3. Andy Bolton and Carlo Vampire the other side of that coin. And Louis Williams, bottom of the table, looking to get his first win of the week. But we are going to watch the top 2 go toe-to-toe now as Conor Henahan and Danny Jansen go toe-to-toe. Conor Henahan's got a perfect record on making it through to a Saturday night here in Portsmouth. If you want to join us on a Saturday night, well, take a look at this.
Didn't know you could move that quick, Scotty, as we make the way over to the commentary box from the studio. Game 10 of our session sees Conor Henahan and Danny Jansen go toe-to-toe. Henahan, who went off as the second favourite to win Group A at the beginning of the day, you could get odds of 9-4 for him to do that, has won all 3 games thus far on Monday morning. As for Danny Jansen, well, he lost his first game to Carlo Vampire, but has been perfect ever since. Victories over Andy Bolton and Louis Williams in his last 2 outings. This is perhaps the game which could have the biggest effect in terms of the top of the Group A table today.
Yeah, as it's turned out, it could. We were expecting probably a later game between Andy Bolton and himself in game 14 to maybe see who was going to top the group, but Danny Jansen has forced his way into a position where a win here will see him
96.
jump up on to 6 points and take that unbeaten mantle from Conor Henahan thus far today.
100.
4-6 on Danny Jansen was to win this particular match. It's interesting he's favoured to win this match when you consider that they favoured Henahan as more likely to have gone on to have won the group. Of course, Jansen with the darts, so in a tight game like that, that may be the reason why they side with him.
$100.
Jansen finds a good trouble with the last dart there.
$140.
So Henahan threatening the break of throw in this first leg, leaving 1-2-1 after 9, and isn't going to get a go at the 1-2-1. And so Jansen 122 to keep a hold of his foe, which has been under severe threat from pretty much the very first dart of this leg.
Not to be, but a treble 20 here will leave Henahan under pressure, and it's a disastrous visit for Jansen.
May just be a dart of the bull. It is going to be a dart of the bull,
54.
which lingers wide of its intended target, and so Jansen will get another go to save throw. And for the 25.
Yeah, strange decision, that one for me.
45. Connie required 36.
I understand why, but
if
we were expecting that double 18 to go in the workmanlike fashion, Conor Henahan has gone about his business today. But Jansen gets a chance to save throw here. Nice marker.
20.
Dragged across into the treble 5. So is Henahan going straight at it? Yes, he is.
Conor Henahan's scrappiest leg of the day could be his biggest leg of the day, because that 21 dart breaker throw puts him 1-0 to the good and gives him the ascendancy against the Mullet. Win this one, he's got a gap at the top of 4 points.
Yeah, the marker for Jansen looked really good on the double top, but he just
139.
dragged it left. Bit of lateral drift.
$95. $140.
Nice 140 there. Good grouping. He's probably had 180s that are further away than that. It was
98.
all over it.
It's just taking Jansen a leg to get into this one.
58.
Did have 3 darts, of course, to win the first leg.
It's a big, strong lad, Danny Jansen. You know he uses a 26-gram dart.
60. Danny require 160.
What is it with these guys in long hair and using heavy darts?
Another one of them would have left the bullseye. Henahan 153 to save his throw. Otherwise, he could be broken back as quickly as he accrued the break. And he's not going to find the 153, and so Jansen 72 to square up.
137. Danny requires 72.
And this has a sense of must go now. 2 12s.
Game shot on the
1-1.
second leg.
No mistake
Danny
this time
Jansen.
from Danny Jansen. A 14 dart break back. We're level at 1 apiece. Both just have a
Well,
little
it's
bit of a
Danny to throw
glance at one
first.
another.
Game on.
And these two really are locked in the midst of battle.
Yeah, they are. And today, Danny Jansen's having the feel of whatever problems he gets himself in, I'm going to
44.
get myself out of them. And losing that first leg on throw, he then worked amazingly hard to get that back with 14 darts. And then he then opens up with
95.
44 and makes it easy to be broken back again. And he's under pressure straight away on his own throw. And
44.
we're seeing that lateral drift with him. The arm goes tight.
$96. $85.
Feels like a game where the player throwing first feels like they've got a massive tag lumbered upon them.
45.
It's not a tag. It's you know in your head that it's advantage to you, and you then have to go and take advantage of the advantage you have
60.
without wanting to mention advantage too many times.
Do you take advantage of that opportunity, Scott?
I think I will.
But Henahan now finding himself in a real
133.
advantageous position in this leg. Leaving himself 1-3-2 to get what would be the third break of the game and to give him the advantage in the match.
92. Only require 132.
And advance forward in the group, obviously.
Champagne o'clock. Not this time. Put the cork away.
92.
Nicely tidied, though. Now we'll be looking for 2 treble 20s here to pressure. But once again,
60.
Connor
Only
Henahan
require 40.
has got himself a chance to break.
It's tops. He's eking closer,
No
but
score.
he can't find a way in. Jansen
Only
116 to
require
hold throw, to
116.
put himself 2-1 up and to dodge a real bullet. He's going to get a dart at tops. The target Henahan has just missed free at is one that
96.
Jansen also misses.
Only require 40.
Henahan gets a second chance. And it's a
Game
chance
shot
he
on the
won't
third
pass
leg.
by. He
Connor
breaks
Henahan.
again. It's 2-1 Henahan.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
So we're 3 legs in. No player yet to hold their own throw.
85.
Here we go. Slightly more concentration from
180.
Jansen, and he hits his 6th 180 of the day.
And if he can find a 7th,
60.
we could be in heaven.
We could be indeed. But because you mentioned it, there was no chance of it happening. And there's your 7 that you were after. It's a
81.
big 7 down there next to the 19. But a good start and turn of throw ready for Danny Jansen to try and
100.
get this game back to 2-2. Throw is turned, but you've got to back it up.
44.
And he hasn't done that. Left the door wide open for Connor to come back through. And he is not needing a second opportunity.
The lesser spotted holder
140.
throw could be threatened here.
Very much so.
58. Only require 116.
116 after 12 is always an indication of a decent leg, but there has been a little bit of a slip somewhere along the line. May look across here to the 16s. He does do, and he's going to leave himself double 14 should he return. If he returns.
106. Connie requires
His eyes lit up there, Jansen, when he hit the first treble 19, didn't it? But it wasn't to be. And Conor Henahan heads off to the 14s. Surely that's perfect. It was indeed. Used the dart. Lovely. A little fist pump from him. We don't usually see that from Henahan. He usually keeps everything in. He knows that was a big leg.
In terms of the standing, in terms of the averages, it's not been a game that would numerically set the world alight, but the sheer significance of it, not just in terms of the table, but both players knowing who they're going up against, makes this battle so intriguing on the eye.
60.
Yeah, and for Henahan, it would gap him at the top of the group and you start to see daylight.
180.
Jansen comes in with his 7th 180 of the day.
180 call of Owen Binks. He's here all week.
91.
Top referee here. It is top marker as well on the PDC circuit.
$171. Danny Rock 130.
Little fish first. And now I'll go with the big fish.
90. Connie require 107.
What a setup there from Jansen. But this would be a mighty finish. Hits the bullseye.
145.
How close was that?
Danny require 40.
A nice sign of respect there from Danny Jansen, but now he's got his job to do. He makes no mistake. Henahan has missed the match start of the ball on the back of the 170. This game being played in a real good spirit. There's a lot of respect between the pair. Warranted respect between the pair, but Henahan now has the darts for the match. Having already spurned an opportunity at the bull. But to be honest, having the darts for the match probably isn't the right path to success if you judge by previous in this match.
100.
No, I couldn't agree more with that. Henahan here will
100.
just be trying to go ton all the way down and try and be that ton ahead so that Jansen has to do more.
100. 99.
Next 6 darts could be the ones that dictate this match.
131.
Jansen with a couple of trebles leaves himself on the fish. Henahan looking to set up to win the game.
$133.
Does a good job of that. Henahan missed the ball for this for the match in the last leg. Jansen isn't going to get a go. And so Henahan 74 for the win.
65. Connie requires 74.
It's going to be a dart at tops for the win.
34.
Doesn't go.
Danny require 105.
So 105 from Jansen. Which route is he going? He does like downstairs. Travel 18 for double 16. And what another 105 we have. The 1 ton shots are coming thick and fast. We've had a few games off, but they're back.
7th and final leg. It's Danny to throw first.
First ton plus out since Darren Armstrong took out the 103 against Barry Van Peer in match 6. But how key could it be for Danny Jansen. With Henahan sat on tops to win.
71.
And he has the darts in this last leg, does the Dutchman.
Effectively, he's put the game back into his own hands.
140.
But just when he thought he may be making some headroom, Henahan kicks off 140.
And does the throw once again turn out to be the poison chalice for the player in this last leg?
Motoring on now.
140.
This has been a brutal scoring display from Henahan in this last leg. 2 ton 40s means that Jansen is left all at sea.
75.
Similar, to be fair, from our previous game where Darren Armstrong did exactly the same to Andy Bolton.
180.
He is on for an 11 darter to win the match. Ton 40, ton 40, ton 80, 41 after 9.
Connie required 41.
A dreamy last leg. But can he cross the finishing line? He's going to need another one of them, and because it's low, he may not see as much as he'd like.
25.
Jansen way back on 251, such as the scoring prowess of Connor Henahan in this leg.
96.
You can only pray and hope.
2 8s. To move on to 8 points, and Connor Henahan has a real stranglehold on the top of the Group A table now. He has dismissed Danny Jansen in a last leg decider 4-3. He moves 4 clear at the top of the group. A game played in a great spirit, great respect between the pair, and that carries on as both players depart the stage. Henahan, a 4-3 victor with an 89.37 average, 4 from 20 when it came to the doubles. He had to take a couple of opportunities to get there, but over the line, Connor Henahan moves. Darren Armstrong and Louis Williams is next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Conor Henahan get the better of Danny Jansen in the last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Next up then, it's Darren Armstrong and Louis Williams going toe-to-toe. And for Louis, in desperate search of that first elusive victory.
Yeah, and I've been in this situation here, and the longer it goes on, the harder it is to find
For Darren, there's a lot about today that he could be really, really happy with, no matter what happens in these last couple of games.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And
First leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game
showing
on.
a touch of class here. But we know that there are times that sometimes you can peak in this 5-game format, and you've got to make sure you're peaking at the right time of day. Can be fatigue coming to the end of the day.
85.
Hey, Williams already throwing visibly quicker than he has done most of the day. And that can sometimes be a good thing when you're trying to change up sort of about results that you've been having. Throwing a little bit quicker.
Well, when he was at his best in the PDC, he played with a real rhythm, which maybe at times hasn't quite been there today.
No, not yet. I'm sure that he may go back and go back to his hotel or wherever he's staying and try and have a look back and see where he was going wrong. But the faster rhythm seems to be working for him. There's no two ways about that.
First to a finish.
50.
And he's going to get 6 to break the throw of Darren Armstrong in this first leg. Doesn't take out the 136, but it wasn't a necessity to take out the 136.
41.
But that is a pull that could spell disaster if Armstrong scores big here.
And we know he tends to take chances and opportunities when given to him.
Louis require 95.
Not quite on this occasion.
$75. Darren require.
Well, by hook or by crook, has left himself on a double at double 10, but Armstrong, to save throw, he's not going to take out the 150, and so Williams double 10 for the break.
100. Louis require 20.
Double 6 means double 4, and Williams eventually finds the break. Breaks in 17, leads 1-0.
Second leg is Louis to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, look to be trying more positively this time round is Louis.
Well, there's a caption competition right there, isn't there?
81.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us at the Super Series. And anybody tuning in on the Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget
85.
to drop a like, which helps with the analytics and also means that you'll get our live offerings to you much quicker, much easier. And don't forget to have a look at our bonus
59.
content. We've got a pairs competition on there. It was a real good bit of fun, that. Myself and Chris Mason were in commentary for it, a doubles competition. And we saw a good standard in that as well. It was a one-leg shootout between 6 players, but it was real good fun and maybe a possibility or something maybe to come here at the Super Series. Who knows?
100.
Yeah, the pairs game is a totally different game when you're only getting one throw in every 4. Changes the dynamic of the mentality.
137.
Well, I did ask question of the year to Chris during that. What's the biggest difference between singles and pairs?
43.
Did they work it out yet?
I don't know, but some people found it just incredible.
90.
Well, Armstrong 130 to pick off the second leg and to break Williams back.
58. Darren, you require 130. $83. Louis require 160.
And so this 160 has to go because Armstrong's had this real nature of just hanging around 5-6 visit range, leg on leg, and has given himself the opportunity to break back and level up by doing exactly that.
60. Darren, you require 47. Game shot on the second leg. Darren
Exactly what Armstrong does. He pins the tops off the back of the 47. It's level at one apiece. Will Louis,
Well,
though,
look, it's
feel
Jansen
like
to
there was an
first.
opening and an opportunity there
Game
which he
on.
hasn't quite taken?
Yeah, he will feel that. He will feel that indeed.
43.
Last night I was in Bournemouth for the Post Office Darts competition, presenting their awards last night, and the MC was the evening was our good friend Paul
46.
Hinks here. So Paul was MCing for the evening, not just a referee, could MC a few evenings. Good night we had together last night down at the Royal Bath Hotel.
55.
I hope the invoice wasn't paid via computer.
The invoice was probably going to be paid by computer. I didn't like to mention that, but thanks for bringing that up. It's very current and
44.
controversial. I say I've never seen such an array of large trophies. They were huge. And yeah, people from all over the land had come to play in the Post Office Darts.
Heard it was a first-class audience.
It was a first-class audience indeed. And there was some first-class darting.
85.
I'm sure you put your own stamp on proceedings.
I did indeed.
133.
And of course all the prize money came in envelopes.
Well, Armstrong looking to put the seal on leg 3.
46.
Williams, after a positive start to this game, has just tiptoed and regressed back to the kind of type we've seen from him today. And Armstrong is just pushing forward, putting his
133.
front foot forward. And he'll have 3 at tops to put himself in front for the first time in this game.
60. Darren, you require 40. Game
His
shot on the
tops
third
is
leg.
2-1 Armstrong.
Darren Armstrong.
2 from 2 on the doubles. He's going to be a very dangerous
Louis
player
to
this
throw
week if he
first.
carries on playing to the level that he is showing, because he's playing to a sort of level which is very much attainable for however long he's here.
Yeah,
45.
absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you, Henry. We saw in his first game that he was pretty prolific, and like you say, he doesn't seem to have waned off it a little much. He's right around that 90 average, just under, just over, but very, very consistent. And over this sort of format of 7 legs,
39.
if you can maintain that, you're right with there with some of the weekly winners that have been here in the past.
46. $96. $60.
This is concerning times, isn't it, for Louis?
Yeah, well, he did start the game so well,
41.
and now he's feeling that he's got the world on his shoulders, doesn't he? It looks like the way that he's walking around, there's a lot of head shaking going on, and
100.
we've seen it here before, where the pressures of the situation can just drag you down.
58.
Away from this big football fan, he was watching his Maidstone United side on Saturday
100.
against Dover Athletic. What a one they've had in the FA Cup this year. Maidstone United, the first side from the 6th tier of English football to make it through to the 5th round since Blythe Spartans back in 1978. And the previous team to make it through to the 4th round, Haventon Waterloo, where they took the lead
80.
twice at Anfield.
Darren, they require 110.
Wow. That's some stats there, my friend.
Sammy Hoopier own goal gave Haventon Waterloo the lead that day. 90 left here for Armstrong. So
70.
having
They
missed
require
some
142.
big segments, he finds the bullseye to leave tops.
Totally irrelevant. Sammy Huppier is one of Kimi Räikkönen's best mates and ran a motocross team for him after he
44.
retired from football.
Darren, they require 40.
We'll be using that at the quiz later. Armstrong tops. 2 10s.
Game shot.
In
the
it goes,
fourth leg.
finds the break,
Darren
leads 3-1.
Armstrong.
Needs a leg away for moving to within a couple of points of Connor Henahan at the top.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $134.
For Armstrong, a win here may feel like a small step, but actually it would be a giant leap in terms of his assault up the league table. You're shaking your head.
Well, I thought it was leap year this year, and we had our extra day last week.
177.
Which meant another day of darts here at the Super Series, of course.
Who doesn't love another day at the
57.
darts?
We've got another 4 games of darts coming up after this, Scotty. As Armstrong looks to
80.
pick off this game. 110 to win it.
$60. Darren, they require 110.
110 for the match, and he has got as much time really as he wants to pick it off. It's tops. It's a win for Armstrong, who moves into
Darren
2nd place in the table, on to 6 points, and Louis Williams loses once again. He's now 4 without a win. He'll come back against Carlo Van Peer a little bit later on to try and get his first victory on the board. But for Darren Armstrong, an average of 87.5 just over, 4 from 7 on the finishing, and finishing off with a 110 checkout. Coming up after this, we're going to be watching Carlo Van Peer and Andy Bolton. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Darren Armstrong get the better of Louis Williams by 4 legs to 1, doing so with an 87.68 average, 4 from 7 when it came to his finishing, and rounding the match off with a 110 checkout. Next up for us, Andy Bolton and Carlo Vampire go toe-to-toe. It's the final game from the 4th round of fixtures for the day. And for Carlo, it's been a fairly good debut for him so far. He picked up 1 win against Danny Jansen, but his performances overall have
First leg, it's
given him a
Carlo
lot to be pleased about.
Game on.
Yeah, I've actually been quite impressed with Carlo. I've known him a while, as I've said earlier, but I think he's gone about his business quite well, and it's probably his standard in the table doesn't sort of show justice of how he's played in the first 3 games, and now he finds himself against Andy Bolton, our favourite for the group. The task gets a little tougher for him.
Bolton favourite for the group at the start of the day, but you'd sense that the bookmakers overnight will be laying very short odds on Connor Henahan to go on and take Group A glory. Now, Henahan is making his 7th appearance at the Super Series, and in his previous 6 attempts has made it through to Saturday on each and every occasion.
45.
Impressive. Very impressive.
58.
Didn't we have Thornton on this record a few weeks back?
So Double Trouble doesn't count to the
96.
official statistics, as it is a separate week out from the Super Series. But Thornton has played here 10 times. He's qualified 10 times, but is yet to win a week.
Ah, right. Okay.
100.
So he has. So
86.
Connor has a little way to go yet to match that.
Some senses, he's hoping it doesn't match that. Vampire wants the ball.
43. And he require 147.
147 for the break. Isn't going to go this time. And so Carlo, 43 to take out the first leg. And if Vampire can win this game,
Carlo, you require 43.
it would have meant that Bolton's only victory of the day was against Louis Williams. 2 16s for 1-0 lead.
11. And he require 103.
Well, this would be some way to effectively steal a leg.
He's already had 3 ton plus outs today, so is it number 4?
71.
Oh, it's a width of a blade wire away for
Carlo,
number
you
4.
require 32.
Will he rue missing the chance?
Game
Yes,
shot
he
the
will.
first leg.
Nicely
Carlo
done,
Vampire.
Carlo Vampire.
Second leg, it's Andy to
Andy
throw
Bolton
first.
with a hop, a skip
Game
and a jump. He's ready to start leg 2.
Bolton won't be too worried just yet. He knows that was
96.
against the grow, but he needs to steal. He knows he needs to steal a leg, and when you give yourself a dart at it,
140.
sometimes it's hard to let go. It plays on the mind for a couple of throws.
I'm sure brother Berry is
100.
tuning into the action if he's got the opportunity to do so. If you are tuning in, Berry, great to have you with us here at the Super Series. One of the premier performers of 2023 here at the Live Lounge. But Carlo wants to do something in his own footsteps, and I can imagine sometimes it can be hard when you've got a family member that's had the sort of success that Barry Vampire has had over the last 12, 18 months or so, and sometimes you feel like you're doing it because of their success, and you want to do it for your own outright, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but knowing the family, I don't think there's any of that involved, to be honest. I think
58.
Mum and Dad have taken the guys where they needed to go all their dart in life, and now they're making their own way. I know Carlo played a lot of soft tip with Berry when they were doing soft tip together, and
133. and he required 140.
I've got to say, I've not seen him throw for a fair while, Carlo, and I am just super impressed with what I've seen so far today.
60. Carlo requires
the break.
74.
It's going to be a dart at tops.
Game
And
shot
it's
on the
in
second
for
leg.
Vampire.
Carlo
2-0 he
Vampire.
leads with a break. Was it in?
Carlo to throw first.
Yeah, I think it
Game
was in. Yeah. I don't know. I was doing my shoelaces up there, and I didn't hear what went on. But yeah, lovely job
100.
from Vampire. Did everything he needed to do there. Exactly what Bolton was trying to do to him the leg before with that last dart of the 32, but no mistake from Vampire. And it gets to a point where you're
100.
playing and you get fed up with losing the games. We're playing well, and sometimes the game will just come to you, and
55.
you relax when you go for that sort of shot of 74. You go, oh, do you know what? I've done all the trying and that. I'll just throw at it. And then they drop. They start coming
60.
au naturel and they drop. And now you've got Andy overthinking everything here now. Ruin his luck a bit. It was a good 60, but when you're chasing a 140, 60 no use whatsoever.
$97.
It's almost a case of maybe at times today Andy's almost tried a little bit too hard.
98.
Trying to get something going. Trying to build himself up. Well, this is being built up perfectly.
140. Carlo require 148.
148 for 3-0. And he should be wary of the fact that Bolton's taken out this 104 twice already today.
78. And he require 104.
So going to be a hat-trick for Bolton. 2 12s.
92.
For what would have been a hat-trick
Carlo
at the perfect time.
70.
Triple 18, double 8. Now 2 4s. For a
Game shot on the
3-0
third
lead.
leg. Carlo
And
Vampire.
Carlo Vampire is on the cusp of a big win against Andy Bolton.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Incredibly, Andy Bolton has won just 7 legs so far today.
96.
Which is not like him, is it? It's not like him at all, but I know he was down at the UK Open on
41.
Friday. I think he was beat by Owen Bates, wasn't he?
Last leg decided 6-5.
So I wonder whether he's then sort of travelled back to Scotland maybe Saturday and then
140.
turn back down and come back down on Sunday, and maybe a bit of fatigue from travelling. I don't know. It's just not the Andy Bolton we're used to
150.
seeing here at the Super Series. He's usually dominant.
In fact, since beating Louis Williams, he's won
100.
3 legs from the last 14 attempts, although this leg looks like it could well be in his leisure here. Carlo not really putting much of a footprint on the Bolton throw up until that particular point. And that nearly was another Vampire it's in moment.
$60.
Only a 60, which just keeps Carlo interested. But he needed to pile in something
58.
big.
And he record
And so 105 to get his first leg. Was looking for the treble 19 as opposed to the treble 15. Finds the
89.
bullseye with his last to
Carlo
leave himself
require
on double 8.
167.
If he comes back, this could be a mesmeric way to win the match. But it's not going to go.
57. And he requires 16.
Yeah, he won't be too concerned because this is on the Bolton throw.
Game
Bolton's
shot on the
concern
fourth
is he's
leg.
got to get the
Andy
game
Bolton.
done. Or the leg done, and which he does. Second dart there.
Fifth air gets Carlo to throw first.
But this is the leg
Game
for
on.
Carlo. This is the one he has the darts in.
100.
And again, we see Bolton in the background, jigging himself up, trying to inject something.
84.
I think if he carries on like this, I think we'll see Bolton at the back of the stage doing jumping jacks and things like that.
66.
Star jumps.
If it's anything like the other stars in darts, there'll be T-shirts being flogged about it as well for £2 at the local car park skip.
82.
Do you get a free shirt, Tungsten Time shirt?
No.
60.
No. I wouldn't advertise it. Easiest thing to do is put them shirts on the biggest body in the place. I won't fall for that.
121.
Tungsten Time, the popular catchphrase of Paul Starr.
130.
You have seen him MC on the telly a few times. 145 for the match of Ampere. Good performance here, average
60.
85.
Carlo, you require 145.
And this would be a statement win. And would leave Bolton languishing down the bottom of the table. Sounds like 2010 in the Premiership.
41. And you require 154.
Good knowledge, mate. That's around the time we were playing the UK Open at the Reebok.
This would rock. Oh,
Game
that could
shot
rock
of
Van
fifth
Peer.
leg.
A 154 and a
Andy
juicy
Bolton.
wiggle to boot. And is he wiggling his way back into the match?
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Absolute filth. What a shot there from Bolton. We were saying earlier about giving yourself a lift during a game.
58.
Surely that will give Andy Bolton a lift.
Well, Andy Bolton here has won 9 legs today, and 4 of them have come by way of ton plus checkouts. The 104 and 104 against Louis
40.
Williams, then the 104 against Danny Jansen, and the 154, which is by some way the biggest finish of the day, could just be the one. Could just be the one that keeps him in the mix.
134. 140.
To be fair to Carlo here, he's sticking to task.
$135.
But Bolton's having another one of those spells, isn't he? Where he's just come alive. The ignition has been switched on. It's been
80.
flicked. He's given himself a flicker of hope. He's favoured to win this leg, and then he has to break in the last.
134.
He leads tops after 12. And Van Peer,
61.
well in
And
his
he
mind,
requires
just be
40.
getting himself ready for the last leg.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be trying to fire himself up to...
20.
How many times do we see players do that when they got 2 right on the top wire and sometimes go underneath and just drag it under?
76. And he
Pierre
requires
had a
20.
great chance with that first dart in the right place to hit the 140 and leave this
Game's
20 under
on the
pressure.
sixth
But
leg. Andy Bolton.
now the pressure's been applied to Van Peer, who was in an unassailable lead at 3-0, we
Seventh
thought.
Final leg, it's Carlo to throw
The
first.
inspired Bolton
Game on.
has come right back.
$134.
So that is a super start to the last leg for Carlo.
$62.
Can Carlo account for Andy here? It would be a sizable scalp.
43.
But that could be an untimely slip.
Bolton cannot afford to go trebleless here,
60.
but he has. So Vampire 50 in front, plus these.
100.
It's a score that puts Carlo in a nice equation, but Bolton with a couple of trebles will make things interesting. Just takes his time. He knows the pivotal nature of this visit.
$60.
But he's come up dry, and Carlo Vampire has 6 darts on 2-2-4 to complete the match. And he is making huge inroads.
100.
Tons okay. So I had a
60.
1-2-1 and a 1-2-4 as a finish of a similar variety.
124.
Doesn't have to attack the bullseye if he doesn't want to. Won't attack the bullseye.
92.
Will set up beautifully though for double 16 upon his return.
$59.
Bolton did all the hard work to get himself back in the match. Hit that 1-5-4. But it hasn't knocked the stuffing out of Carlo Vampire.
60.
But he hasn't found the match-winning double as of yet. But Bolton is nowhere near.
That got awkward, didn't it? That got awkward on that side. That's just not quite being in the right place. Bolton's going to apply some pressure in here, and he leaves a 2-darter.
Carlo requires 16.
2 8s of Vampire to
Going
complete
short on the
victory.
match,
And Andy
Carlo
Bolton,
Vampire.
the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win this Group A, finds himself second bottom with just 1 win from 4. Carlo Vampire, a 4-3 victor, an 81.77 average, 4 from 12 when it came to the finishing. Bolton with that 1-5-4 to send us the distance. He was 3 from 9, but it is Vampire that gets over the line. We enter our final round of fixtures now, and it's going to be kicking off with a big battle in the race for the top 2 positions overnight. Darren Armstrong and Danny Jansen will go toe-to-toe next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Carlo Van Peer got the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 3. That was the final game in the 4th round of fixtures. Conor Henahan leads the way, having won each of his opening 4 matches. He has a 2-point lead at the top of the table from the 2 players we're about to see in action now. Darren Armstrong on 6, Danny Jansen on 4, Carlo Van Peer also on 4 following that win. Bolton and Williams bring up the rear of the table. So Armstrong and Jansen, our 13th game of the day, being tentatively watched by our referee Owen Pinks in the background there. Myself and Scott Mitchell have been commentating on all the action today, and it's been a day for both players where they can both draw upon positives, Danny Jansen and Darren Armstrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. But I think, you know, whichever one wins this game will go and leave the more positive from the building. But it will take an hour or two to see the positives of the day, and that sometimes happens with us silly dart players. We've short-term memories, and we remember the last few moments of when we were throwing, and we also, when we miss doubles to lose games, thinks we're the only one in the world doing it. And you know, I was sat there at Bolton last week thinking, well, I've lost the game. You look along the line, and everybody else that were missing doubles lost the game as well, and we were all walking off together. So you're not the only one in the world doing it, but at the time and the moments when they happen, you think you're the only dart player in the world missing stuff.
Don't know. I heard you had a lot of time between visits to think about that.
Plenty of time between visits for me. You know, same amount of time every time.
180.
And there's Danny Jansen, 8th 180 of the day.
Kick it off in perfect style. That's awful.
120.
Armstrong sees the funny side of it. Jansen isn't going to par the 9 in this leg. And
96.
what chose aside, that third dart being spat out could be pivotal when we get into the latter stages of this leg.
125.
But that's a good recovery there. The 125, not much really he could have done after the first dart straggled the other side to leave himself on 169.
50.
Not that it's going to matter because he's now got 6 to complete the leg.
$99.
So Jansen will try and leave something handy. Well, he's taken the 5 off. 160, 140.
60. Darren requires 70.
Even 115 there.
Tops.
30.
Well, that was high, wide, and not handsome. Unlike that mullet of Danny's.
Not the normal Armstrong we saw there, but it's tops now for Jansen.
85.
And again, a bit of lateral drift
Darren
into the
40.
double 5. That's the second time we've seen that from Jansen today when going for double top.
So down for 2 10s. Armstrong's had a few opportunities now, and he
30.
hasn't been able to take them.
And
so Jansen comes back wanting double 15 to get the break of throw in the first leg. Double 6. Completes it for Danny. He leads 1-0. The mullet breaks.
Second leg is Danny to throw first.
Yeah, all about missed opportunities, that one, for Darren Armstrong.
85. 59.
Darren comes away from 6 points on today. He will be a very happy man.
136.
Got himself in the week. He's got himself competitive in the group. Has given himself a bit of a chance to go on and win the group. And it'd also be music to the ears of Conor Henahan, who takes on Andy Bolton in the next game. Because if Armstrong was to...
32.
No, I tell you what, no, it's the other way around. If Jansen was to win this game, it'd be 6.6 points. Henahan could move 4 clear at the end of the saying and the running.
98.
Yeah, he could gap himself here. Henahan. Should he beat Bolton, but
56.
all eyes on this one at the minute in the back room. when you have new debutants here, they all watch each other out in that back room. They have a big telly out there, and
96.
they will be interested to see how each other are playing and in what situation they're playing like. And you take all that knowledge on board. You need to know your opponents and
140. Darren, the record 140.
what the body language is at certain times. One that Phil Taylor was masterful at.
139. Danny, record 52.
For 2-0. Just about in the single 12. So much so he had to get the referee Owen Binks to check. It's tops. And now 10s.
42.
And Armstrong comes back
Darren,
to break
record
back.
10. Game shot on the second leg.
139. That was exactly what he wanted to do. Leave himself double 5 and just pop it on out.
Perfect game plan. Wouldn't go any other way.
Well, for me, he just wanted to pressure the shot, didn't he? He just wanted to pressure the shot, and which he did. Jansen missed. Armstrong hits. On to the
41.
next.
Danny may miss and Darren may hit.
57.
Couple more matches after that. Bolton, Henahan, Williams, Van Peer. And then we'll be back tomorrow for another 15 games for you. And then Wednesday will culminate Group A. We'll then split into 2 groups on Thursday and Friday. After we confirm the winner booking the first spot through to
81.
Saturday night's final. And some of the players we're going to be seeing later on this week, the likes of Justin Smith, the likes of Lee Cox, will be hoping to turn runs into victories.
96.
He's been here so many times, but on so many occasions just misses out on Saturday nights as Armstrong. It's a 130 to put him on 56 after 12, threatening a 14 dart. Leg on throw and to put himself 2-1 in front. Top to Darren.
16. Danny require 100.
Now 1 from 7 when it's come to the finishing for David Armstrong. But Jansen isn't going to punish on this particular occasion.
58. Darren require 40.
But he can't afford to keep missing opportunities. Double 10 is found. 2 for 9 on the finishing, but importantly, he's 2-1 up.
Full flag, it's Danny to throw first.
Armstrong wins this. He is hoping for a big favour from Andy Bolton against Connor Henahan next.
140.
Agreed, and he's going the right way about taking the job in hand for himself here.
96.
And now it's going to be in a unique scenario where he can watch everybody twice before he plays next. Because Bolton and Henahan, Williams and Van Peer the last 2 games. That flips, that means they're going to be the first 2 games of the session. And Armstrong won't come on till 3rd.
75. Danny Rock 132.
Yes, and the Y4s come into jeopardy again. Oh, lovely.
160.
Fluffed his lines with the last start, but wow, with the first 2.
They were perfectly pinned in the ball. If anything, he'd rather have had 150 than 132 right there. And so 2-8 for 2-2. Move about an inch across. He does exactly that. 14 darter. Level we are, 2 apiece.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $134.
It's those types of visits, isn't it? Opening visit on throw that just forces your opponent in off the bat, right
50.
off the bat, and now he'll feel like he's got a bit of daylight in the leg.
Yeah, in that situation then when you're stood there actually throwing, you throw your first dart and it's not in a treble 20, then you're chasing. And that's exactly what happened to
96.
Jansen there. He was chasing and then went wayward.
$97. $63.
Ascendancy still with Armstrong here in this leg, but another one of those from Jansen.
134.
Oh, nicely done. Puts him back in the mix, but Armstrong's having none of it. He's coming straight back at him.
98.
Well, Jansen's just tapped him on the shoulder a little bit, hasn't he?
$40.
But
Darren
that
Require,
Robin Hood there
110.
means that Armstrong's got 6 to 3 too. May only need the 3. He may take out the 110.
90.
It's just below.
We're looking another 110 shot from Armstrong. He'd already done that once today. Back in his game with Louis Williams.
100.
And
Darren
that
Require,
looked
20.
easier there for Jansen to hit a treble 20 than miss it.
Double 5
Game
is
shot on the
found,
fifth
and
round.
Armstrong moves
Darren
3-2
Armstrong.
to the good.
A cruel one right in the corner.
Sigberg is Danny
in
to
is
throw
in.
first. Game on.
A right smile from Armstrong there, knowing that he'd just squeaked it in.
97.
Feels like it feels a little bit like a chess match that's reached a stalemate where you've got pawns all over the place and you're nowhere near finding out where
100.
checkmate's going to be at.
$95.
One thing we do know about the Mullet is he won't go away.
100.
He would do his best to hold his own throw here and take it down the last and hope for a bit of luck or a scoring moment to go his way.
45.
Well, in his 2 defeats so far, both of them are in by a margin of 4-3 when he lost out to Carlo Vampire, when he lost out to
60.
Connor Henahan, he lost out by 4 legs to 3. And he may be forcing another last leg decider because that
180.
maximum has put him in pole position in this leg.
We talk about timing in the game of darts. There was no better time for that 180.
100. Danny
Talk
Require,
about pick
84.
your moment. Now you have to go and finish it off. Has to go 14 bullseye.
59. Darren Require, 141.
2 bullseyes on the 132 earlier, so not a bad way to go. And Darren Armstrong, he'll be heading for 65. No, he's gone
87.
21
Danny
route,
Require,
treble 7
25.
to leave top. So Jansen under severe pressure.
2 tries, not the only player to go this week for 25 today.
Game shot on the 6th.
Darren
round.
Armstrong did so
Danny
earlier.
Jansen.
And Armstrong slaps his flights together and we go all the way.
7th and
The
final
fist
leg is
bump
Darren to
that
throw
greets
first.
the 7th
Game
leg
on.
here of the Super Series. It's been one of those
41.
days where we've seen a fair few last leg deciders. I think we got the sense, didn't we, when we walked through the door this morning, we
97.
expected this to be a competitive group and we expected the standard to be of a very reasonable standard. And with the exception of Louis Williams, who's had his
96.
struggles today, everybody has posted something that they can be happy enough with, and maybe some more manoeuvres to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
84.
And like I say, most of them will come away maybe not happy where they are in the table, but all probably bar Louis Williams have showed us a little bit of something.
140.
And even Louis did that. He had a 13 dart leg himself.
Reminder, Armstrong wins this game. He moves on to 8 points alongside Conor
138.
Henahan. Jansen wins this. They'll both be tied on 6, and it'll mean that Henahan would have the opportunity to open up a 4-point
100.
lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's play. But Jansen, looking to set up from the 182, is going to do so in perfect style, near perfect
135.
style.
Down to 124.
So Armstrong's going to have to take the 1-2-4 out. He's going to get a match dart on the ball. Doesn't go.
85. Danny required 47.
Goes for tops. He is a taller player, so I can understand why he's gone that way.
$27.
But the moment grabbed him, didn't it?
Darren
The moment
Iroquois,
grabbed him.
39.
Can Darren Armstrong own the moment?
By pinning double 12 and now double 6. A
27.
width of a wire away.
Danny required 20.
Those the meagre margins that determine this sport.
Game
And
shot
Danny
and the
Jansen
match.
gets over the
Danny
line.
Jansen.
It was more relief than elation when that double 10 went in. You could even see it on his face as he went over to the camera just there. He has had to work for each and every single one of the 6 points that he's accrued today. That win in the last leg means he goes above Darren Armstrong in the league table going into tomorrow's play. That the tale of the tape from a back-and-forth match. Well, Conor Henahan has the opportunity to complete the card, to go 5 from 5 and to really stamp his authority upon this Group A. If he gets the better of Andy Bolton, who has not had it his own way whatsoever on day one. Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we got 2 more games to go on our first day's worth of action. And we're going to watch the league leader in action, Conor Henahan. And no matter what happens in this or the last game, he is going to be the player at the top of the pile. He takes on Andy Bolton, the X Factor, who has had a first day which you'd rather want to forget so far. He got out the gate flying, a 95 average, and beat Louis Williams 4-0. Had a couple of ton-plus checkouts there. But ever since that 4-0 win, he has won just 6 more legs for the day. As far as Conor Henahan is concerned, well, he has been the man. He started off with that 101 average and a 4-2 demolition of Darren Armstrong. And from that point onwards, he has been the moniker of consistency. He has always given himself opportunities. He has scored terrifically, and he has become impossible to beat so far. But Andy Bolton is a type of player that Conor will be more than wary of.
Yeah, and quite rightly so with his reputation and record here. But the thing that you have to remember is if Andy Bolton can squeak a win here, you know, that makes a massive difference to tomorrow for him and where he is in the table. He can then go maybe on a 3 or 4 match run and put himself in the right position for Wednesday.
59.
So this is a big, big game for Bolton for me. He needs to win this. And I know it may look he's sat on 4 points, but if you have a bad day here and you're sat on 4 points, you've got some in the bank. You know what I mean? You know, you can have bad days here and end up with 2, and then that can be sort of far too big a mountain to climb.
Only once has a player won 2 points in a day in a Group A and then gone on to win the group. That was Moreno Blom, who picked up 1 win in 5, won 11 in a row to then go on and complete Group A in the most incredible circumstance. Had to rely on Lee Cox to beat Wesley Harms 4-0. Cox did the job.
Yeah, and Lee Cox is back later this week.
Yeah, we'll see him in Group B. Looking forward to watching Lee again.
And he required 43.
Bolton, 2-16 for the opening leg. 8-8.
27. Connie require 116.
Well, opportunity knocks here for Henahan. And it's knocking now.
Game
and he takes it. It's another ton-plus shot out for the day in this group.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
But incredibly, that's Conor Henahan's first of the day.
But you tend to find that when you're going out in low dart legs and you're going 140, 140, it's always 81s, 75s.
58.
Not always, because he's been scoring that well. You don't see those, and that wasn't his best scoring leg of the day. Saw himself sat on 116 and takes the opportunity.
140.
Like I said earlier, if you see a player on 116 after 12 darts, it means that they've scored okay, but there's been just something a little bit off in the leg that may have just derailed them a little bit.
140.
Because effectively, the breakdown would usually be at that point 101 because you've hit 4 square tons. By hitting a 116, you must have missed
60.
something somewhere along the line, or at least that's what the fear room says.
It sure does, and
139.
he's recovered nicely here. Was a stealer throw.
140.
And as you expect from Andy Bolton, battling for his life here.
You could feel the thud of those last 2 darts as it entered the board.
64. And he required 161.
Expect some emotion to be released if this 161 goes. Just steps back for a second. And finds the treble 20. Couldn't find the treble 17. And so Henahan is back for a ton for a 2-0 lead. And he may have to take it out.
Yeah, lovely last dart from Andy Bolton there.
Tops. There's the first. Just
65.
evades the second.
And he required 24.
It's double 6 to level up.
Game
Level
shot
we
the
are,
second
1-1.
leg. Andy
I'm going to
Bolton.
say Shirley, but don't call me Shirley.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
14
on.
data there to level up for Bolton. Averaging 102 in these early stages.
93.
And I feel like Bolton's one of those players that, particularly someone like a Conor Henahan, will look at and think, let's try and put him away as early as possible because we don't expect him to have a 2-point day again.
100.
If anything, you expect the counter. You expect him to go ballistic at 1 point this week in one of the days in the Group A. So just try and do your damage now when you can, and so it doesn't bite you on the backside a bit
140.
later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually, last time I was in the group for the week, I stayed with Andy in the house up the road, and
100.
when he's away from the board, he does everything even away from the board to make things right for the board. He doesn't, you don't see him wandering around town or whatever. He goes to
59.
bed nice and early. It's just, you know, what you do. There's routines away from the board to make you operate on the board. And I just wonder whether the travel arrangements have been slightly different this week because of the UK Open at the end of
96.
last week. And maybe that's unsettled him a little bit today. But we'll find out tomorrow.
One of my favourite sayings is from a friend of mine who now works as a goalkeeper coach at Crystal Palace. And the saying is, feel good, look good, play good. And at the minute, Andy Bolton's doing all three of them things, leaving double 16 after 12 with a 2-1 lead, averaging just under 106 and a half.
And he required 32. Game shot on the third leg.
Well, Andy Bolton's
Andy
looking
Bolton.
good here for his 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's
Bolton
Connor
averaging
to throw first.
106.21. Henahan 97.36.
60.
There's no fatigue here in our penultimate game of the day. Both know what's at stake.
To a
60.
certain extent, do you think Andy Bolton will feel like this is an all-or-nothing game?
I just think that he'll leave happy if he can win this game. I think he'll leave happy with 4 points on the board or happier. He won't like the fact that he's put himself in this situation to have to play Connor for the last game of the day to get 4 points. He won't be happy with that at all. But
60.
what he will be happy with is he can get over the line here. That he'll probably forget those middle couple of games and not worry about them so much. Like I say, Connor's got
44.
no issues here at the moment. He's top of the group no matter at the end of the day. But he can't think like that. Because everybody looks at the table when they come back in the morning and they'll be all be
59.
gunning for him tomorrow and maybe do that little bit extra in a game or play that game that they don't usually play because they're playing the top of the group. It's quite strange how the dart player's mind works in these situations
96.
in knockout and group situations.
Putting a target on your back.
That's a much better way to put it. Yes, it does.
93.
Yourself and Scott will be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. But before that, Scott, we've got another game of darts for you. Louis Williams, Carlo Van Peer.
Indeed, and there's another man who,
95.
in Louis Williams, that could do with trying to get a win before he leaves today. He doesn't want to leave a bagel on the league table, and it's been a tough day for him,
92.
though, hasn't he? You can see that he opened up against the top
146.
players, and he hasn't really recovered from that.
Another one of them. Leaves double 16. And a width of a wire away from a 146 to have been added to the 116 that he accrued earlier on.
And you know when it left his hand, he thought that was in. When they missed by that tight, you know that when that left his hand, he thought, here we go, that's in.
But he is going to get another
87.
opportunity to square this match up.
32.
And
Game's
this time,
on the
no
fourth
mistake
leg.
on the double 16.
Corner
2-2. Are we heading to another last leg decider?
Fifth leg, it's
Three
Andy
of the
to throw
last
first.
four have gone the distance. Henahan beat Jansen 4-3. Van Peer beat Bolton 4-3. Jansen beat Armstrong 4-3. The only blot in that was Armstrong's 4-1 win against
59.
Louis Williams.
$46.
How big a passage in play could that be? Bolton stretches his arms out and quietly jaunts to himself in the background. I was wondering whether for a second when he was doing the celebration he was just trying to
42.
unleash something. If anything, it's more the anger within himself because he feels like the game is there but he's just not being able to unlock it.
Yeah, and it's only his second 180 of the day. He's probably just asking
60.
himself, where have you been all day when I needed you? I think his last 180 was against Darren Armstrong.
$140.
He's had spells, hasn't he, in games? He's had 2 3-leg bursts where he's really come good, but he hasn't been able to,
56, and
with the
it required
exception of that
80.
Williams game, really put that all together over the duration of one match. He's got time for 3-2.
64.
Double eight upon his return to put himself within a leg of victory.
24, and he requires 16. Game shot.
And 2-8 is found by Bolton, and he
Andy
leads
Bolton.
3-2, and he's a leg away from becoming the first man to inflict defeat upon Connor Henahan this week.
Sigler gets Connor to throw first.
Work for that man to do. But we have seen him come back from losing positions already today.
125.
He's got that ability to dig in.
And let's also not forget this will be their first match tomorrow as well, as the fixtures are reversed. The last games today
140.
are the early games tomorrow.
Does that enter the back of the mind of as a player?
It did mine when I played, yeah, very much so.
95.
You know, if you can get one over on your opponent last game of the day and you've got him first again tomorrow, sort of mentally you're thinking, I can get him again,
58.
particularly if you've won it. That's the way that I thought when I was here anyway.
100.
Big fine with the last start. Keeps himself in front in this leg. Gonna have 6 and 181 to take us
58.
all the way to a deciding leg. And going about his business.
140.
Going about his business well as well.
100.
5 treble
He
visits
required 41.
Connor Henahan has had in this leg, and that sees him on 41. He's gone 9 for double 16. Bit of shoulder in that one.
25. And he require 145.
You wouldn't put it past him, would you, this 145, the way that he's played this match?
He's had 4 ton plus checkouts today. Is he about to check out the day with a ton topper? Treble 19. Doesn't go, and so Henahan to take us all the way to a deciding
104.
leg.
Connie requires 16.
He wants 2 8s for leg 7.
That is so tight. Needs to hit the other side of the barrel.
No score.
How did that not go in? He's telling himself, or asking
And he required
himself.
41.
And so Bolton for the points. And to become the first man to stop Connor Henahan today. Double 16 is sank, and Andy Bolton bookends his day with victories. He beat Louis Williams 4-0 on this opener. That was then coupled with a few defeats and a little juicy wiggle to end. It was a juicy performance from Andy Bolton. 94.84 the average, 4-7 when it came to the finishing. He was just one step ahead of Connor Henahan in that particular match. Right then, one more game to go. Louis Williams, it's Carlo Vampire is coming next. So, to the final game of the day, and it's Louis Williams and Carlo Vampire that'll round off the action on day one. Before the break, we saw Andy Bolton become the first player to inflict defeat upon Conor Henahan, averaging 94.84, 4/7 on the doubles, and a 4-2 victory against the Irishman, who may have missed a trick by not opening up the card. Now, Louis Williams had a couple of troubles. He decided to practice left-handed up against Carlo Vampire, who has had a very good day. He could be very happy, can't he, with his efforts today, Carlo?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you look at the numbers that he's been producing over the day, and it's his debut day, you know, you come into the building, having never been into the building, those that aren't familiar with here, you come in and you sign in and then head off to the players' table and you at the back room sort of area, the players' room, and then obviously you've got to find your comfort break areas and stuff. So it's a whole new day for Carlo to be here and to perform as well as he has. I've been really impressed.
140.
He is right up there. You know, he will be a better player for tomorrow. And it's been good to see him again. Good to see him playing well again.
58.
How important though can it be to have somebody that he knows, and in this case his brother, that's played here before, to kind of give him a bit of a lowdown before he walks through the building, so it's not a complete and utter alien experience for him?
Well, I suppose it depends how much he used to beat his little brother up when he was a kid, because, you don't pass information on to your brother generally.
27.
I know me and my little brother, over darts or sport, we don't pass each other. If we were competing against one another, we wouldn't. But we would if we're, mending a fence in the garden or stacking some bales of hay in the barn. We would have a real big conversation about how to do it properly. But something like this, it's quite
66.
weird. Although he does help me, he watches me when I'm playing on the telly, and then will get back to me and say, you've kind of not done this the same way as you used to, or you're not throwing that the same way as you used to. So maybe he'll have a bit of that after
40.
today. Maybe Berry will have watched today and he'll call home and he'll get some pointers and tips maybe from him. But I'm not sure that there'd have been too much before
38.
coming over, other than Berry saying don't worry about it, because Berry's quite laid back as well anyway.
Come on, Berry, help out your bro. Well, Williams here
83.
was maybe just hoping for a second that he may have just had a bit of an opening in this leg. Vampire, though, first to a finish.
17. Gonna require
I think that
150.
kind of summed his day up.
He's got himself into moments like this a couple of times.
Game shot in the first.
What a
leg.
shot from
Carlo
Carlo
Vampire.
Vampire.
Single against Carlo to throw first.
50
Game
from Carlo Vampire to add to his 1-2-1 he had earlier on today.
99.
And when you're Louis Williams and you're down on the bottom of that group, everything seems to go
41.
against you. What must be going through his head right now?
96.
In some senses, you just want this experience to stop. It's almost like you're at the top of a roller coaster and you want to press the emergency brake button.
$60.
I always think of Fred Flintstone in his car and trying to stop the car with your bare feet. That's what I feel it's like when you're going down that slippery slope.
39. $82.
Carlo Vampire is
97.
persistent, leaving the big fish.
55. Carlo require 170. $84.
Well, Carlo's just minding his own business, isn't he, here? Just not getting surrounded about
43.
what's happening with Louis right
Carlo
now.
require 86.
Just going about his business.
I know, because you can't do anything but.
46.
Because sometimes if you start watching your player, you can start to feel sorry for him if you're a bit of a soft sort. And that then drags you into something you don't need to be in.
81. Carlo
Don't want to be dragged down into Shredsville like your opponent. Oh, that was dragged a bit low, wasn't it? Double 10.
20. Louis require 130.
Were they the darts of a man who feels like he's going to come back for more?
They were darts of a man that probably watched Louis' previous throw thinking, I've got 6 here. He's not going to get out next throw either. But now Louis hit the 57. It's 72. So it's treble 16 maybe. Is it 72? 82. So it's tops.
119. Carlo
It
require
doesn't go
20.
no matter what the combination. Vampire double 10.
Game
Found
for the
2-0.
second leg. Carlo Vampire. Feel like it's Louis to throw
He just
first.
looks at odds of himself, doesn't he? And it's not a nice place to be. It's not a nice thing to see or watch or commentate on.
95.
And the worst bit is he knows there's going to be a point where it's going to click, because a player as good as Louis is going to click. But you must have had experiences in your career
43.
that no matter how hard you try, things just do not go.
Yeah, absolutely. You do, and you feel down on your luck, and you feel that everything's
60.
against you, and you just have to battle. You have to get mentally you have to battle through it, and it doesn't always happen overnight. That's the biggest
55.
problem with the way that the Super Series works. you need it to happen overnight, and he needs to come back a refreshed and a new face tomorrow. But when you're trying and you're trying to do things, I have what I call, every player should have what I call a stock treble 20, somewhere where they calm themselves down and they go back, and without even having to think, you just throw it in that way. Whether you know it's the right way or the wrong way, you have to have a part of that throw so that you can get around that treble 20 and kind of rebuild again from there. It can happen midway in matches where you're going 60, 60, 41, 45, and I go back to going, right, I'm throwing this straight. I'm not even going for the treble. I'm throwing this straight and see where we end up. So you go back to like a stock throw to build it all up again.
Back to basics. A little bit like when you watch cricket and you see a batter just sometimes just knock a couple early just to get themselves into stride, and then you'll see the big hits after that.
Yeah, absolutely.
63.
Absolutely. But again, with cricket, you start being too negative on the spin bowler, all of a sudden you don't start seeing the loose balls. So you've got to be careful how long you do that for.
43. Louis 147. 47.
Well, he's left himself a square tongue. Van Peer, he's looking to climb the ladder. Can he take a step up? No. Didn't like the lie of the first dart. Had to shuffle across. Move the other side into the treble 1.
80.
Recovers well. And so now this ton for Williams has to go. Ball. Well, this is what you were saying. Just something to try and get him going. And maybe just something of the maverick nature was something that could have just helped him out there.
68. Carlo require 40.
Tots of Van Peer. 2 10s is fouled. He gets a double break. He leads 3-0.
Carlo Van Peer.
Strange decision from Louis Williams there. For me, yeah, I know you've got to change something up. Maybe go, 20 tops. I could see that. But, well, he hit the first bullseye, I suppose. So
96.
Yeah, I'm sure Connor Scott was watching that with some interest. We'll see Connor in Series 7 at some point.
80.
Already been a great addition to the Super Series in 2024.
Yeah, big practice at Connor Scott, and a real 55. Nice lad. Really, really nice lad.
He wants to hit a 9 darter on television involving the 3 bullseyes on the back of the 150.
40. Where
possible.
Just a 9 darter would do for me. I'm not particular how I get it. Be lovely to get one.
So you're still to break that particular duck, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I haven't done. I've done sort of 11, 12 elsewhere. Never done one in a league match at darts. Never done one anywhere. I had a spell where I missed the double 12 3 or 4 times. Once against Scott Waits, once against Chris Landman in varying BDO comps on the floor, but I never actually pinged the double 12.
140.
Well, Van Peer may well be pinging the points here. 70 points away from the win.
Well, this will do him a favour on his legs difference as well if he could see this one out 4-0 and jump up to 3rd or 4th in the table.
So Van Peer to get over the line and to pick up 3 wins from his opening day, and he'll be happy enough with those efforts. As for Louis Williams, it's been a day to forget. So much so, the darts have been consigned to the carpet. Carlo Van Peer wins 4-0 in the last game of the day. Those are the stats on that one. Van Peer winning with an 80 average, at 150 out as well. Louis Williams, 5 defeats from 5 to kickstart his Super Series campaign. Me and Scott are going to make the trip next door to talk about all of the day's action after this short break.
So that's a wrap as far as day one's action is concerned here at the Super Series. Myself and Scott have been watching every single dart go in over the course of the last 4.5 hours. These are the results from the games that we have seen. It's been a really good day for Conor Henahan. He won his first 4, but defeating his last one to Andy Bolton means that his lead at the top of the table is a very slender one with just 2 points in hand and a number of players in behind as well on 6 points. Scott Mitchell, as I say, is alongside me to assess all the action that we've seen today. And for Conor Henahan, particularly at the beginning of the day, he looked so comfortable, looked so at home and played some real good gritty stuff.
Yeah, he did. He was finishing well early doors. He just bossed some of the games that he was the man to beat. And then it came to that game against Andy Bolton, and for Andy Bolton it was a bigger game than we give credit for. It's kept him on 4 points. It's kept him within 4 points of Conor Henahan with 10 games for him to play. So, you know, I thought that game was very important for Andy. Conor, if he'd have started today, he'd have took the fact that he'd have been, you know, top of the group on 8 points, 4 points in front of his main rival he would see in his head. And I think at the start of the day, he'd have took that today.
Very good day for Conor Henahan. Also a good day for Danny Jansen. Lost his first game, but then really got in the groove, didn't he, in the middle of the session?
Yeah, he did, but I think he was unlucky to lose that first game 4-3. Carlo Vampire, sorry. Easy to say, Barry. We're going to get that wrong this week, yeah. Carlo played really well in that game, but that was the one that sort of, whether it's because it was against, you know, his countrymen, but that was the one that woke Danny up, and Danny then sort of turned to the races and started finding some really good darts.
And then for Darren Armstrong, maybe the man we haven't spoken about so much today because we've seen Conor Henahan, because we've seen Danny Jansen do what they do. But as far as debuts are concerned, that was really, really solid. If he plays at that level all week, he's going to be ultra competitive and will stand a very good chance.
Because he's a no-nonsense type player and he just gets on with it and gives nothing away, he's kind of gone under the radar for that reason alone. Not because he's not doing the standard. He's not making a meal of it. He's just kind of going through the motions. This is what he always does. Obviously, wherever he plays and the times that I've seen him, I've never seen him making a fuss of big shot outs or big scores, and that's just the way he does it. And then sometimes those players do go under the radar and you don't always notice how good they are. But today he's been very, very good.
Andy Bolton, how big could that last win be for him? Because performances-wise, you actually break down the numbers, he's been okay, but a lot of the good stuff has been in spells rather than matches.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's been over a couple of legs and then he's fallen away. But for me, that is he'll leave pretty happy tonight. Yes, he will be disappointed he lost the 3 in the middle, but I think he then goes back having to play Conor first game tomorrow. So he can catch another 2 points back on him immediately as the day starts. And all of a sudden he'll be on 6 points and Conor will still be sat there on 8. And I think that as tomorrow opens up, we will see how important that win was for Andy Bolton.
And then Carlo Vampire, I mean, really good debut day as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's played well enough to have the points on the board that he's got. Maybe, you know, some could say maybe he should have a couple more, but he's going to take a lot from today. He knows a lot more about today, as all the guys that have been here for the first time. They will know more about their surroundings and they'll sleep better tonight for knowing where they're going tomorrow and what they're doing. It's always not the best thing for a player going to a new venue and trying to work out where you've got to go, what you've got to do. They've now put all that to bed. That is all done and settled. They've had a throw on the stage that they've seen on the TV so much, and, you know, they're settled, and I'm looking forward to some more darts for them like they were today.
Should be good fun tomorrow. Right, let's see what the table's doing before we depart you this afternoon. Conor Henahan leads away, 8 points to his name, but the lead is only 2 overnight. It could have been so much more from Danny Jansen, Darren Armstrong and Carlo Vampire in second, third and fourth respectively. And you get the sense tomorrow for Conor, those first couple of games, when you consider it's Bolton, you consider it's Jansen, could be so big.
Absolutely. The plus for Conor tomorrow, he's got Bolton first game, but I think he's got the darts tomorrow. So that's good, but because it's first game, you're cold and you're apprehensive and you haven't played a match tomorrow. So how confident we'll be in holding those darts, we'll see when we get here.
Scott, thank you for your company today. We'll do it bright and breezy first thing tomorrow, shall we?
No problem with me. Can't wait to be here.
We'll see you tomorrow morning as well, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. And now, whilst you've got a few minutes, why don't you click that subscribe button and have a look at our other content as well, including pairs matches, our bullseye challenges, and around the world challenges. But as far as day one is concerned, well, Conor Henahan, he's the man. He's top of the pile. Heno is the hero.